Greetings, good morning, happy Thursday. My calendar says it's Thursday, so I guess it's Thursday. Greetings, good morning, hello. What's up, Killick? What's up, Father Axe Keeper? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? I'm back for more Prince of Persia. Long overdue, but I mean, that's how things go. I needed time to prepare, time to not overwhelm the senses from a complete overdose of Prince of Persia. Took a little bit of a break after completing the port exploration, and now we're back to the next chapter of Prince of Persia, which is the, what do we call it? Passwordless best ending super play run of Super Nintendo Prince of Persia. I can say right up the top that will not be achieved today. This is a journey, this is a process, and it will involve a fair degree of research, practice, exploration, figuring shit out before we were going to be able to do it. I am armed with my notes from the previous playthrough. I guess I shouldn't say play through, because we made it to level 16, and that's where we ended, because that's where we ran out of time. Now, unlike most other versions, the Super Nintendo Prince of Persia does let you continue playing through the rest of the game when your timer runs out. You get a different bad ending. And, well, you get to play through the most of the rest of the game. Technically, there's some stuff at the end that I don't think plays out if the timer's up. I don't remember, but we're actually going to find out today. But yeah, so to set the stage a little bit, I'm sure regular viewers are well aware, but in case you are not, I am a very big fan of the original Prince of Persia. It is probably fair to say that it's my favorite game of all time. I did recently go through just about every version of that game available. A few, asterisks and caveats on that probably, but we played 24 different versions of the game. I did not finish all of them because we did essentially one run of each. We finished about half of them, maybe a bit more. And for the most part, the ones we did not finish were the ones that are messed up in some way or another, that the controls don't work or the combat's broken or some other reason. Many of the ports are excellent. Many of the ports are kind of dog shit and just don't function properly. The Super Nintendo version, which I kind of categorically do not want to call a port, the Prince of Persia iteration or installment on Super Nintendo is, for all intents and purposes, a different game. And given that a lot of the skill, I guess we can call it, in completing Prince of Persia comes down to familiarity and knowledge of the levels, playing a version that has different levels, yeah, that's not gonna carry over. I mean, some of it, obviously, the familiarity with the controls and the moveset and the rules of the game, that, carries over for the most part. But not knowing the levels means you're not gonna finish it on your first attempt. Now, of course, the recent project of playing all these were not my first time playing the Super Nintendo one. I love this game, and I played it plenty in the past. But it was the first time playing it in a long time, and given that it's the one version with completely different levels, well, it's the only version that has a completely separate set of levels with no levels from the original ported as is. There are other versions that have some level differences and some brand new levels here and there, but even in those cases, there's enough of the original game in there that your knowledge of that's going to carry over. That doesn't really apply to the Super Nintendo game. It is very different. It is not only different, but it is also much longer and much more difficult. Largely on account of it being longer. It has more levels, but it also has longer levels. Like I said, there are no levels in this game that are ported straight as is from the original game. Some levels are almost the same, with a little bit of added, bits and pieces here and there. Level 1 is mostly, well, level 1 actually has a lot of screens added. So, like, depending on how you were to construct some sort of mathematical comparison, you could arrive at a position in saying that it's not mostly the same, because like a good third to a half of the Super Nintendo level 1 does not exist in the original. However, a good 90% or arguably even 100% of the original level 1 exists within level 1 in the Super Nintendo game. It just has an added bit, you know, tacked onto it. And the same is true for, I think, level 3, which is mostly the same. And there's a few like that. But in many other stages, they kind of start or have bits and pieces that are clearly familiar from original levels. But then the rest of the level is totally different. And there are some stages that feel like they took one or two individual set pieces or elements or moments from a level. Like the gravity potion exists, but aside from that one set piece, which also actually plays out a little bit different, really, aside from the idea that you need the gravity potion to drop down to the exit, there's no resemblance to the original level 7, I think, which is the one that has that in the original. So even the levels that are kind of adapted to the Super Nintendo game are all different, and there is not a single example of a level that was changed to make it shorter or to make it easier. Every instance of like a level that you can recognize as a level from the original game only has more stuff added to it. So there's more level, like the distance you have to traverse is longer on that alone. What's up, Reichwood? Neo Freeman, welcome. On top of that, there are several levels which are completely 100% brand new, usually including new puzzle mechanics or new traps or new things like that. There's like conveyor belts, there are teleporters, things of that nature. And those obviously are just completely new. There's added boss fights, and just in general, my impression, now this could be colored by the fact that I'm less familiar with these levels, but my impression is that the levels themselves are also more, you know, threatening, more dangerous, more difficult. And as I said, there are more levels. The original game has officially 12 levels, but the level count gets a little bit strange because level 12 is like 2 levels. After you complete level 12, you go to level 12, but it's more like a checkpoint, sort of. I don't know, it gets a little strange. It's like level 12 is the real last level, and then after that there's like a boss fight tacked on to the end and some slight bits and pieces. The Super Nintendo game has 20 levels, and I'm unsure exactly how things played out at the very end. I forget if level 20 is like just the final boss, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's kind of like how the original is 12 levels plus a little addendum. I think the Super Nintendo one is 20 plus a similar kind of addendum, but I don't exactly remember, so we're going to figure that out today. Now, the one saving grace is that for the Super Nintendo game, the time limit has been increased from 60 minutes to 120 minutes. But you're going to need it, because it is a difficult game, and I think even if the levels weren't longer, even if the levels weren't inherently more challenging, even if we were to extrapolate from the original game a hypothetical version that has the same, you know, length and challenge of levels just stretched out to from 12 to 20, that would make that a harder game, because 1 hour is sort of, it's not like a hard magic limit, but we could use that as an example. Like, once you're doing something like this for over an hour, your ability to kind of retain, like recollect details about what you're supposed to do, deteriorates kind of, you know. It's easier to memorize a shorter game than a longer game, and the stress can add up, like the pressure of you know, the further you are into the game, the more the pressure builds up. And this game is a lot about keeping your cool under pressure. And that challenge in itself also, in my opinion, becomes more difficult the longer, like irrespective of the actual challenge of the levels.
What have you got there? A box?
The challenge of maintaining your cool becomes increasingly more difficult the longer the game goes on. So the Super Nintendo game is essentially more difficult in like a multitude of ways. What's up, Ascordian? We're playing the Super Nintendo game as featured here in my little custom-made box. A lot of people would hold this up as their like favorite version of the game. I can't really think of it that way because it is a different game. I think it's an excellent game in its own right, but I think it's kind of the true Prince of Persia 2. I mean, it's essentially, you know, I jokingly like to call it, jokingly but not that jokingly, Prince of Persia for super players, because it's basically, you know, what Super Mario Bros. 2 was in Japan, where it's like, we have this core game, but let's do a new set of levels that's way harder for enthusiasts. So, like, I would not recommend this game to someone who's new to Prince of Persia, but if you've played, you know, any other decent version, like the DOS version or the PC-98 version or whatever, and you like the game and you've mastered the game, then you'll have more to chew on in this one, because it is harder, and it's a cool game in its own right. It's a very cool game. And I think learning the original game is a significantly easier challenge to overcome, and this one, I feel like ready to do this now. I mean, I could have done it years ago, but like I'm in the mood now. I have finished this game, of course, multiple times, but not without using passwords. So I've never finished it, you know, in one run from beginning to end within 120 minutes. But my assessment is that this, I mean, if I had played this version as much as I'd collectively played every other version, maybe I wouldn't find it more difficult. I don't know, but I mean, I guess I would, because it is longer. But I feel like when I learned the original game, it didn't really take that many attempts. I don't know, that's how I remember it, but of course I'm gonna remember it as easier than it was, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I do think that the supposed difficulty of Prince of Persia is greatly overstated. I don't think it's a very difficult game. I don't think it's a particularly nasty or rude game. If anything, I think the original one is exceptionally respectful to the player. It just expects a degree of you know, observation and being careful, and I think that's what makes it so cool. I mean, there's a million things that make the game so cool, but it's a game about developing your sense of confidence and mastery in the mechanics, and like learning to take risks in order to save time, and like the whole risk reward balance of the timer is such a like exceptionally well executed idea, that it really, I don't know, I feel like there aren't many games like this, and that's maybe the biggest reason for appreciating the Super Nintendo game, in that it's like, it's another Prince of Persia, because there kind of aren't any others. I feel like, I mean, obviously there's a lot of sort of fan games and fan-made levels for the original game, but none of the sequels maintain that aspect of it. Prince of Persia 2 technically has timers, but it's kind of a weird thing, and it's not the one global timer, and even then the level design philosophy is completely different. I think it's a much weaker game in a lot of ways. It's cool in its own ways. It's got, you know, some pretty sweet set pieces and stuff, but it's a much more frustrating game. And I think Prince of Persia 2 in many ways is like the game that the detractors claim or think that the original Prince of Persia game is. Like, the sequel is much more like that, because it's a game that kind of goes out of its way to be a jerk to the player in a way that the original never really does. It only feels that way if you're not on the game's wavelength. Yeah, of course, there's a bit of survivor bias for sure. I don't dismiss or deny that. But it's I do think that it is, you know, I think it's a game that has a completely, you know, undeserved reputation. Well, I mean, it has a reputation as a timeless masterpiece and whatever as well. That's deserved. But I think many people have a perception of Prince of Persia as a bad game, as an unfair game, as a difficult game, a lot of things. And I think if people just sort of approached it with the right attitude, you'd be pretty quick to realize that there is a really approachable, really fun, really good game in there. And it's I find it greatly satisfying and validating whenever people do kind of take that challenge on and sort of have their perception changed, you know, with things like the time limit and you know, the death traps and whatever else. Like, it's just it's a beautifully, elegantly designed game that's I just think it's a smarter, more well-designed, well-crafted game than a lot of people kind of give it credit for. And I mean, the game has a lot of concessions isn't the right word, but like, depending on what version you play, there's like saving, there's passwords, you know, you do have infinite lives. Like, it's you just gotta, you have to realize that it's a game where you will die and you will fail, but that's part of the process of learning how to do better at the game. And it's a game you're expected to play multiple times and incrementally do better at.
What have you got there? A box?
And you will eventually reach the point where you can play through it from beginning to end in, you know, in 45 minutes. And that's, in my experience, anyway, it never stops being fun. Like, it's just a great game. So I'm looking forward to kind of going through that journey with the Super Nintendo game. Now, I do think it's a great game in its own right, but I don't, so far, like it as much as the original. And the reason for that is, for all of the insanely cool things that it does, like it definitely adds and changes things in a way that I do think addresses some of the few shortcomings of the original game. And it leans into the sort of set piece nature of the original game and embellishes and fleshes out that aspect in a great way. I think the one aspect where the Super Nintendo game falters is, you know, you may call it ironically, the length of it and the challenge of it. Because I think a 1 hour game, or a game with a hard 1 hour limit, I should say, because if you actually finish it, you would typically do it in less than 1 hour. That's like a almost perfect chunk. Depends on what kind of game it is, but like, one run through Prince of Persia is so fun that, like, after finishing it, I can feel invigorated to do another run. Extending that by twice the length, it's going to be very subjective, of course, and I wouldn't argue that it's a worse length, but I think it's fair to say that regardless how you feel about it, it changes something. Like, the experience of playing a 10-minute game or a 1 hour game or a 2 hour game is not the same experience. And I think there's something about the difference between a 1 hour game and a 2 hour game that changes how the experience feels, like, to the point where after a 1 hour run, you know, win or lose, it's a lot easier to feel hyped for another attempt. Whereas after a 2 hour run, there's another degree of, like, exhaustion, to where the idea of doing it one more time just feels daunting in a way that's a little more, you know, I don't want to say tiresome, but sort of, you know, there's more kind of fatigue involved, which to me, for my tastes and sensibilities, is not preferable. I like short games, and I think a game that, like, I wouldn't even want to say overstays its welcome, but like, there's a particular power to a game that ends sort of on top, but still invites you to just go at it again or keep going. And I think that balance is struck very, very well with the original game. And the Super Nintendo game just does not hit that mark in the same way. Now, I say that, of course, being an experienced player of the original, and I could easily see myself changing this perception over time and maybe have a different kind of feeling for this game. I mean, I still like it a lot. It's just that I can't see myself revisiting this. And I mean, I haven't been revisiting this as frequently as other versions. Or, I mean, case in point, we're in 2026, and now this is like my first serious attempt at actually doing this, clearing this game properly. I've owned this cartridge since, I don't know, a decade back, maybe more. I don't remember when I got it, but and of course I'd had access to it and played the game prior to that too. But it just, you know, there's something about it that just has felt a little bit, it's just a little bit daunting. But it is it's a sick game. And I'm excited to finally make this I don't know, odyssey, this quest of trying to achieve this. Like I said, this will not happen today, but we will start the journey and we'll see how far we go. I intend to continue to pick up where we left off last time, to start on, I guess, level 16, play through the last handful of levels, if for no other reason than to make sure that we have a password to each of them, and just sort of do a little scouting. After that, I don't have a particular methodology kind of lined out just yet. But I reckon, like, I know that I'm going to want to do some practice and study. I think it is probably not the most practical approach to just do full attempts from beginning to end, because the latter half of the game gets more difficult. And I need to have some more practice. So ideally, I think it would be nice to have, like, go through levels a few times to know that I have on record, like, been able to do every level deathless or whatever. But how exactly that grind is going to look, we'll see. But before we get to it, we're going to start with a couple of box art reviews. Let's hop on over here and take a look at, if I can figure that out correctly, Super Fire Pro Wrestling Special from Lord Human Entertainment. I have this game, I want to say, I think I even have this boxed. I'm not the biggest fan of the pre PlayStation, Saturn, Fire Pro games. But the later Super Nintendo ones is kind of when the series is starting to come into its own. I like the cover better than some of the earlier ones. Fire Pro games have often had, like, kind of goofy covers, I guess. This one at least is like painted in this cool dramatic style. Obviously, you know, not having any licensed federations or wrestlers or anything, they can't really lean on star power, so you have to sell the spectacle of pro wrestling, and I think this does that in a good way. And as usual, I have grievances with this you know, failure to properly make use of the Super Nintendo, or Super Famicom rather, box layout. It's, you know, it's tasteful in that it's not a bunch of crap or, you know, nonsense obscuring the artwork or anything, but you still essentially have the painting and then a huge black frame. You know, at least the logo, the title treatment is so, like, I guess garish isn't the right word, but it's like, it fills out that space, and it's fine. The text is highly readable on account of being on the black background. Like, as far as being that thing where it's like the art in a little box and a big frame around it, it works well enough. But I feel like I can't help wonder what this might have looked like if we had... I mean, the way this particular illustration is done, obviously having huge like spotlights and stuff behind the text would not help legibility, but it would have been interesting to see such a composition actually make use of this space to actually... I feel like you could, you know, sell the sense of this huge arena in a different way. But I don't know. I guess that's, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's cool art, but I think that there's certainly worse Fire Pro boxes. There are better ones in this series and others. I think this is like fine. I mean, I do think for sure there's a difference in tone and, let's call it, respect maybe towards pro wrestling as like a, I don't know, as a culture in Japanese box arts versus Western ones. I feel like whenever you get localized games or American developed or Australian developed or whatever, I think Beam, was it Beam who did a lot of the LJN games? I think so. Doesn't really matter. There tends to be, I mean, especially the ones that aren't licensed, there's a hokiness and a goofiness and a sort of, this is, you know, bullshit for kids vibe to it that you don't see at all almost. I mean, there's like comedic Japanese games, but this sort of super like hard-boiled serious, you know, there's what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, I guess respect works, like, but there's a reverence for like what pro wrestling is and how fucking sick it is, and it's like the coolest, most dramatic, most important thing in the world. That's like reflected in the tone of the artwork of a lot of the Japanese games that you don't see in overseas releases. And that element, that feeling, is something I greatly appreciate. But of course it'll vary from box to box if it's actually manifesting in a way that makes me feel like it's a sick artwork or a cool box as a whole. And I can appreciate that aspect to this, and that's by far my favorite, you know, element or aspect of this. But still, as like, for me, this doesn't really pass the poster test. This doesn't really like, it's like the correct sort of direction to go, and like I said, I think it's a step up from some of the older Fire Pro covers, but it's not really, I don't know, I don't love it. I think I respect and appreciate more what it represents than I feel a genuine emotional like response and excitement for it. So for me, I think this is a 3-star box. It's fine. It's unobjectionable. There's nothing really bad about it. But it doesn't get me super excited. So there you have it. That's Super Fire Pro Wrestling Special for the Super Famicom. Next up, we obviously have talked about this in a manner of speaking, but we have specific aspects to cover here. The PAL box for the Super Nintendo Prince of Persia. Now, this is, of course, using the original Katsuya Terada artwork from the Super Famicom release. Drastically cropped. And obviously, you know, we get a nice contrast if we were to compare this to the original, in the original actually being properly like formatted for the Super Famicom box, making gorgeous, excellent use of the canvas. Like, it's hands down one of my absolute favorite box arts for any game ever. Not just because of the illustration, not just for the game it represents, not just for how well it uses the canvas and everything, but like all of those things and more. And it somehow, you know, becomes more than the sum of its parts. So, by definition, this is a lesser version of that. It's 150,000 times better than the American box, in my opinion, which uses the artwork from the PC re-release, which had like the trapezoid box and whatever, which was, you know, the box design was cool for that, but the artwork was like the least interesting thing about it. So, you know, somewhere good taste prevailed, and they, you know, of all the art assets they had on hand, they used the best art they could in about as good a way as they probably could have. And I think it's remarkable for how incredibly like well designed and well thought out the original layout is for the vertical Super Famicom box. The fact that this works this well for this format is like shocking, because it's basically, it's cropping out about half of the artwork, maybe. I mean, 2/3, I guess, probably more likely, because it's, yeah, I don't know, because I guess it might be, the Super Nintendo box might be cropped a little tighter on the horizontal axis, maybe, I don't know. Either way, I'm looking at it because I have my, like, the colors are a bit fucked on my print. This is not the original box, of course. This is my, like, fan-made thing, which is also sort of cropped differently. But I reckon, and I created this using scans of the original Super Famicom box, but you can kind of see here, Asura's arms are like cut off here. And I made this like 12, 15 years ago. So I don't remember specifically, but I'm sure if I had more access to like a wider crop of the artwork, I would have used it. I expect that to be the case anyway. So probably the Super Nintendo box or the Super Famicom one was cropped in this. What, you know what? It doesn't really matter. I'm just getting into like extreme nitty-gritty detail. Point being, it's an awesome piece of art that is compromised by the factors of you know, the demands of the PAL Super Nintendo template. And, you know, I think we still have to take that into account, right? It's not reasonable, or it's not fair really to say that, well, we can't, you know, we have to judge it for what it could have, you know, how do I fucking phrase this? We need to pull the score down for what the template does, right? It doesn't matter if the art was great and if the hands were tied, like somewhere someone decided that this is what these boxes should look like, and it kind of sucks because the art is like, it's such a relatively small portion of the box. You could have so easily, you know, the template could have been designed such to use a much bigger portion of the box, and it would have been so much sicker. I really don't like this weird like copy text on the front and this just like big blank, you know, it's a thing where when it occasionally happens on the Super Famicom box, I hate it, and here it's just fully baked into the template itself. So like, it's sick that it still works as well as it does. I like that the title is big and prominent. Like, could have maybe used other colors because there's a lot of white in the art that it sort of kind of blends in a little bit with, but many versions of Prince of Persia has had a lot of different boxes that have been like different degrees of kind of weird. So this is still like on the upper end. I still think this is like, the art is so transcendentally phenomenal, but it's obviously sick. Like, if you had a collection of PAL Super Nintendo boxes, this would easily be, you know, probably my favorite of them. But if you compare it to the Super Famicom one, like, it's just such a vastly inferior version of it. Like, it's just, by nature of what a Super Nintendo PAL box is, I feel like there's a hard limit for how highly I could rate any of them. And especially in the case, like, if this was the only version that existed with this artwork, maybe I would have thought of it differently. But knowing that the artwork can and has been presented in a much better way, like, just irks me a little bit. But as far as, you know, as Super Nintendo PAL boxes go, it's really good. I think ultimately we're gonna have to go 4 stars. I was tempted to go 5. Obviously, the artwork itself merits far more than a mere 5 stars. But I think I just cannot in good conscience let a clunky template like this. I mean, this isn't even the worst. Like, I hate how much real estate it takes up. I don't like some of the text elements and stuff. The logos are kept off of the artwork, but yeah, I don't know. Like, if we think of this as like a poster, like there are games where you could make a poster out of the box, including all of the template stuff, and it would still look good. This like would just look so bad, and it would just be like, well, at least I could take a pair of scissors and cut out the actual artwork part and make that a smaller poster. Like, and that's just not, that's not good. So there we go. That's my review of the PAL Super Nintendo Prince of Persia. There you go. So, with that, I'm getting pretty excited to get going here. So, let's give me a moment here. I guess I still haven't gotten used to my new monitor here. I think this should, yeah. Hop on over here and get rid of this cartridge. This cartridge. Get rid of some jams if I can find my mouse cursor. Yeah. Let's see how cooperative this cartridge will be. Hey! First try. Myself a little beverage. Greetings, Dino, please. So, we might want to use a timer at some point later, but we're not doing full runs just now, so it doesn't really make sense. Hopefully, audio and video is coming through properly. Thanks again for the review. Well, thank you. I enjoy doing it. So this version was developed by Arsys Software, who also developed the PC98 version a few years prior. And the PC98 port is kind of the origin of a lot of other ports. There's a few other Japanese PC ports that are pretty much direct ports of that one for the X68000 and for the FM Towns. The Mega CD version and the PC Engine version, they retain a lot of the changes and additions to the PC98 version, including character designs and the addition of an extra boss fight at the end. But this game is, like I said, it's kind of like the sequel. It builds on a lot of what the PC Engine, or sorry, the PC98 version added. So like the opening here is a bit different. The PC98 version has Jafar looking at his crystal ball and whatever. The story's not changed really, but it's the original version had a few screens of text. And as you can see here, it's embellished a little bit. There's a bit more text. It's a bit more... The narrative is kind of fleshed out with a few more scenes. But yeah, of course, the biggest difference here is the fact that the game itself, all the levels are new and different. And as we saw in the intro, another reason why I think this is more game but not better, Jafar giving the princess the ultimatum of marrying her or marrying him within 2 hours instead of 1 is just sort of narratively, it just feels a little sloppy, doesn't it? Like, there's a dramaturgical elegance to the 1 hour versus 2 hours, which just doesn't feel as good. I mean, I'm glad, like, it's a sacrifice I'm happy to make, because I wouldn't want to try to finish this game in 1 hour. But it's funny how, like, that sort of change can have ramifications across so many different aspects of the overall game experience. Anyway. I don't think that's a real level, by the way. In the original game, the attract mode gameplay demo is done on a level that does not exist in the real game. That tile set we just saw is at, it's sort of like end game levels. It might just actually be for the one level. But we'll see if that's an actual real level or not. I'm suspecting that it isn't, but we'll see. First streamer in history to use the word dramaturgical in a sentence. Well, what can I say? It's just how I feel about video games. So special means action, I guess. There's a jump forward button. I have a specific button for hanging, even though I can just use the A button. Y to display time, and we have a button for crouching. I have no idea what this option does. Unfortunately, I do not have the manual. I've been meaning to... Well, meaning to, maybe it's a stretch, but I have had some desire to attempt to purchase a manual for this version just to have it. I don't really need a box copy because I'm kind of happier with my custom clamshell anyway, but I don't have a manual. That would be nice to have. I really don't know. Like, the one thing that I feel like it could, like, a sort of option that could make sense is to, like, repeat a level to practice it, and, like, instead of advancing, but that would be kind of a weird option to have, and I don't know how that would actually work. We'll leave it off. It is a little strange, like, this game keep track. This is like a remnant of the PC98 version. Like, this menu screen and some of the stuff we get here is kind of carried over from that. And of course, in that version, you could just save. So you could save your completion times for each level. Here, you know, it doesn't actually save, so that's kind of weird. I know that there's people who've done some, like, ROM hacks for this. I mean, there's a lot of custom levels and stuff, but more specifically, there's, like, a fast ROM hack that should reduce a lot of slowdown. But I think that's for the US version, which all have, like, different passwords. Like, the US version has some differences like that, which is a little weird. But I'm curious if people have made a hack to use... Because I know, like, there's a lot of games... I don't know how common it is for Super Nintendo games, but I've definitely seen a lot of Mega Drive ROM hacks that add, like, save support. You know, it's intended for use on emulators or flashcards and stuff, but essentially adding the ability to permanently save high scores and things of that nature. That'd be a cool thing to have in this. Give his own control screen. Assumption is it's auto fire. Well, it's in the option screen, right? It's under stereo sound. But yeah, it could be something like that for sure. I don't think it's repeating levels. I'm just, like, trying to think of what it possibly could be, and more so thinking that, like, you know, that's a feature that wouldn't suck to have. But it would require a bit of careful implementation to make sense and be of use. So it's probably not that. I guess this is a password for stage 1 that's just pre-filled in here. We're going to use the password that we have here for stage 16. I guess we have to erase. Okay, that is a little weird. So yeah, I think what they did for the US version is that they removed... I don't know if they removed all the vowels. Like, there's fewer characters. As you may notice here, we have the full alphabet plus numbers, and that always creates room for the dreaded confusion between... actually, there's no 0, so there's no O and 0, but even 1s and I's, U's and V's, like, there can be 5s and S's, like, there's characters that can get confused. So I believe the US version changes which characters are available for the passwords, which of course by necessity makes all the passwords different as well. So they are not compatible between the two versions. Let's see if I wrote down the passwords correctly. This one doesn't work, we'll go back however far we need until we get a password that works. Alright, so level 16, 10 seconds left. So as you'll see, this looks a bit like level 12, but it's not. I remember we did a little exploration here at the beginning of this stage at the end of the last... Well, not the last stream, but the last time we played this. So I'm just kind of wanted to look around. So you can see here, the time's up. But unlike most versions where the game just ends, you're allowed to continue playing. Now, I don't know for a fact how far... Like, we'll be able to reach some sort of ending. But I'm not sure if that involves getting through level 20 or past level 20. Or... I'd be surprised if the game lets us go through the final boss. It seems like it shouldn't let us do that, but we'll find out. Regardless, you know, I'm gonna want to use this opportunity just to familiarize myself with these levels. And if we don't get to see it through the end of the game, I think I'm gonna want to do another playthrough of sorts, using passwords just to get like more opportunities to try more levels, maybe with a bit more time. Like, the practice that I'm doing here and research will not be enough to finish the game, I don't think. So there's going to be reasons to do another sort of playthrough from the beginning. So is there a reason to go up there? It doesn't look like there's a switch. Let's just do it. Like, because we have 0 time pressure right now, it's more important to just do research and data collection. Yeah, so like this, unless there's illusory walls here. Yeah, I think the music is pretty good here. Of course, the original doesn't really have music other than the occasional sting. Oh, yeah, I can't go up. Wait, no, I had to jump down. Yeah, so I have to loop around. So this was like a trap of sorts. Can I jump from here? I don't think so. Yeah. That's what it looked like on the surface, so I'm not, like, surprised or upset. I kind of confirmed it, I guess. Some of the sound effects, some of the music in this one, I think are a bit of a mixed bag. Like, it's good. Some songs are better than others. Some... Wait, can I get up? No. I have to come from above. Yeah, so right away, by the way, this level is a fully original level. And you can tell by the fact that... I just realized I should... I'm marking down in my list here which levels are fully original. Because it has a very different sort of design sense, and the degree of complexity is... Oh, wrong button. Fuck. Alright, let's go. That's how it goes. Like I said before, the original game has a reputation for being difficult. I guess I go up. And being unfair and bullshit, whatever. A reputation which I maintain is completely undeserved. And much like when I played through the original Tomb Raider last year, one of the kind of revelations I had with that game, I could have just... Right, okay, I forgot about that. Is that that game is super impressive, not because of how expansive it is. It's impressive for how restrained it is. It would have been very easy to create a game where you have gigantic 3D worlds and like can get lost. Like I think in general, a lot of people have this misconception that old games are basic and simple, and games eventually became like complex. Doesn't work right, yeah. It took iteration and like experience in game design as a craft to sort of figure out what the... I guess I was a little too far away. To figure out like elegance and simplicity. Like Defender from 1981 has like 6 buttons or something, and it's like pretty awkward and kind of unwieldy. And even like Space War from like 62 or whatever, you know, these were games made by mega computer science nerds who wanted to create these like super sophisticated simulations or like digital D&D campaigns, or even, I mean, pre-D&D it would have been like war game simulation stuff and whatever. So like early games had to be kind of figured out how to sort of simplify and streamline them. And like Pac-Man having a joystick and no buttons isn't like, oh, we couldn't do buttons yet. It was a consideration to not make the game too complicated. And that like restraint and consideration to complexity versus approachability and just you know, in the case of something like Tomb Raider or Prince of Persia, it's the challenge of like mentally mapping the space you're traversing. This level is super sick because it's got a lot of verticality and perilous jumps and climbing. This kind of drop right here on the left where you have to... Why did I do that? Just like trying to talk and I forgot to look at the screen. Where you have to clear a gap but also land on a lower level. That kind of jump does not exist in the original game. Just wanted to point that out. But what I was getting at is like, it's difficult to map spaces, or at the very least, it's very easy to create a space that's difficult to navigate and difficult to keep track of. So creating a virtual space, whether it's in 2D or 3D, that a player can intuitively navigate, requires a deft hand and requires a degree of restraint that I was very impressed to see that Tomb Raider exhibited. And I think the same is absolutely true. Like, I think that is maybe the single thing where I think Tomb Raider truly embodies the spirit of Prince of Persia. I have this much health because this is a password to level 16, and I have collected a bunch of health extension pickups. I played this previously, so we're kind of starting not so much mid-run as like towards the end of a run. You start this game with 3 health, just like the original version. So one way in which that like consideration for navigation manifests in the original game, Prince of Persia that is, although the same is true for Tomb Raider, there are very rarely like deltas of branching paths. So there's almost always like only two, like you can go left or you can go right. And if you go left or right, you're not immediately greeted with another like branching path. That jump is so satisfying to make. It's so cool. I love that, like, that this game does explore a little bit of layouts like that we didn't see in the original. That's really cool. But as you can see, this level is like fucking nothing but branching paths. And it makes it quite difficult to like, I'm doing this completely by feel. Just checking for loose tiles. Fuck. Well, we have health. Hopefully that opens the door. Actually, I can... But if I drop... Yeah, and this level has tons of these one-way drops. If I go down here, I can't get back up. And so specifically, you know, I sort of, you know, just by nature of playing it, you could say that I've studied the kind of design philosophy of the level design in the original game. And as I would sort of phrase it, I think... Yeah, I think that's clearly a loose tile. Can I make it drop by doing this? Right. The boss fight after this, probably? Yep. I guess that's the Royal Guard General, whatever, who's in the, in place of the Jafar fight in level 12 in the PC98 version. So level 16, pretty straightforward. Just take sort of the outer path, but there's a lot of red herrings and a lot of extra guards. I think there might well be a health extension somewhere I could have picked up. But I'm pretty fine with not doing more exploration. Because I think if I collect... And I even missed... I know I made note of one health extension in a level that I didn't get. So we have enough here. And this is going to take us to the next boss fight. So before we do that, because that's going to be a whole new topic of discussion, let me try to finish my train of thought. I picked up on a lot of things, a lot of sort of implicit design rules for the original levels where they follow a very common grammar or design language or whatever you want to call it. That when you play another version, or, you know, whether it's Prince of Persia 2, the original Mega Drive levels, fan games, or this, as soon as, like, you see elements, like, some of those kind of design rules became more clear to me as I played other versions that didn't necessarily follow them, because all of a sudden you see a kind of layout and go, huh, wow, I'm tasked to do something here that the original game never tasked me with doing. Like, the original game, again, that restraint is so impressive because you could easily take the design elements, the building blocks, and build another 100 levels that all have unique platforming challenges. But the game didn't strive to be like as expansive as possible or like exhaust the depth of what could be done with this toolkit, but just like have an exciting, satisfying hour-long game. So in that regard, I appreciate it, and I think it's really cool to see the stuff that this game explores, and I think that is a big part of why I consider this kind of the for super players version, because the specific things this game challenges you with are more difficult than in the original game. There are more levels that challenge your kind of spatial awareness for mapping out the layout of the level, especially like this level is full of blind jumps. Granted, like I could follow my instincts and I didn't really get too tripped up. I didn't get really blown up for trying to make a jump that just killed me. So even this stage could have been way trollier than it is. But like the original game has exactly one forced blind jump, and if you kind of take that with like what you would probably your first guess as to what you're supposed to do there is likely to be the thing you're actually supposed to do, so it's mostly fine. But this level, I feel like could have... I'm surprised that we got through this level as quickly as we did. I thought this would have taken far more tries, just based on the fact that it's so... It feels hostile in a way that the original level design never really does. And it's kind of only getting worse from here. That's promising. Now, the one thing... Well, I guess we'll say... Interesting. I was going to say... Because we don't have the timer, we don't see how long each level took to finish. But that's not true. We actually do get the clear time here. So, I mean, 12 levels, or 12 minutes, 12:42 even, that's 10% of our 120-minute timer, right? I mean, of course, I wasn't rushing it, but if we did it deathless, it would maybe be like 6 minutes. So, like, even a good run, 120 minutes is not a ton of time. Anyway, let me write down this password. Whoops. Stabbed a hole in my paper the first thing I did. U-A-S-W-G-U-Y? The Y? I'm gonna make a potion question mark on 16. I remember seeing a potion unreachable, but I don't remember if it was a health extension or not. I guess it probably wasn't, because if it was, I probably would have realized that I should have written that down instantly. But whatever. Level 17. Another, not fully new tile set. It's like sort of reusing bits of what we saw. So this is pretty rude. We start off with a bunch of traps here, just to take some extra damage before the fight. So here we got a... Oh, this is pretty sick though. if you miss, if you do like a running jump or you just fuck up, you can get smacked by that thing. You get knocked into the spikes. Pretty funny, but it's like obviously it's right at the beginning of the level, so you don't really lose more than a couple of seconds if you get hit by it. This is a mega set piece that's has absolutely no equivalency in the original game. It's like the biggest, well, there's the final boss, but aside from that, easily the biggest like boss set piece. And it's like kind of fucked up. I think this boss is cool, but it's really kind of stretching what this game is built for. In combo. So even if not always entirely successful, I do think it's very interesting. Like, I appreciate how far this game goes with exploring what can reasonably be done within the framework of Prince of Persia. So there you go, level 17. It's just a boss fight. And it's a lot of RNG with the skull drops and whatever. But you get full health at the start of every level. So if you come here with enough of a life bar, it's not that big of a threat. So now we get a password for level 18. F A G W 6 N 3. So at least this level is not one that we're going to have to grind and practice. Thanks for the hydration reminder. Level 18, right? Wait, can I... Right, level 18. Still on this tile set. So this game has a lot of... Like, the original game has 2 tile sets. The dungeon tile set and the palace tile set. And, this one greatly expands on that. Right, so those are instant death. Can I jump over them? I cannot, because I need to drop those tiles. Yep. That's how this works. Just Confirming. Switch. Like, the narrative progression in the original is mostly sick, but it gets a little funky when you sort of drop down back to the dungeon tile set, and then you get back to the palace, and then level 12 is the dungeon again for some reason. Oh, this is a little awkward, so I gotta, like, stop here. I fucked up. Maybe I can do a running jump. Nope. I made the classic mistake of starting to run. I wanted to do an early running jump, so I attempted to start running and immediately loading up the running jump, but I was too immediate, so I canceled the run with a standing jump. Oh my god, I did the exact same thing. The cancel window is too generous. The controls in this game are excellent. I mean, especially if you consider the original, like, Apple II game with a lot of slowdown, and it's kind of clunky and awkward and strange. But, like, once you know how it works, it will allow you to... But let me... I want to see if there's a loose... I reckon I can drop that tile on the bottom, on the, well, center right. Oh, we can do this. Yeah, so there's not a loose tile up top, but this one's... There we go. So that's going to keep some gate open, probably on the top right of that screen. Yeah, again, this is like such a fascinating challenge. That kind of jump. What the? How could I not reach to grab the ledge? I wanted to be careful not... that was just stupid, honestly. I didn't jump from the very edge because I wanted to make sure not to overshoot that jump. I must have been playing too many bad ports where I worry that that's going to be a risk, because it really should not be. The jumps all have like highly specific distances and everything, and the way things work... Ooh, I wonder if this... Okay. Oh. That's funny, because when I didn't have the edge to measure the start of the run from, there was much more ambiguity in the timing of that running jump, which led me to jump a tile too soon. So, the way running jumps work in this game, and I don't mean the Super Nintendo one, just like Prince of Persia, is in order to make sure that the distances aren't like too weirdly arbitrary or difficult to gauge. Okay. Well, that'll do. I might have been able to try to grab the left ledge if I didn't turn around. In order to, like, be able to gauge... Like, because when you're doing this, if you want to jump over this gap, I can always take a step here, and if I take one more step, the game's going to warn me and say, oh, okay, we kept you from falling down there, but if you do that again, you will fall down. But that also makes me positive that I'm exactly on the edge of this tile. I'm standing to the as far to the left on this platform as I possibly could, and that means I will exactly clear this 2-tile gap, and I will land on the other side safely. If I'm standing like sort of on the edge but not quite, I won't be able to clear this gap. I won't land on the other side, but I should be able to grab the ledge. Is what I thought when I died last time, for example. But with running jumps, you can't really line yourself up the same way, right? So, you know, by nature of it happening while you're running. Here, I can line myself up to this edge because I can tell that this is a 3-tile platform, and 3 tiles is the minimum distance that I need to start a running jump. You can see there that I jumped at the very edge of the platform, but that wasn't timed. As soon as I made sure that the run was initiated, I just held the jump button, and the game will have me jump on the first possible frame, essentially, as soon as I can. So when you're running, when you hold the jump button or up, like, you're supposed to hold it and not tap it. Okay, sure. I meant to climb down, but... Right, I think I have to... Let me see what's on the left here. But if you're not aware that that's how it works, like, it can be kind of confusing or, you know, unintuitive, because that's not how most games work. You don't tap the jump button and then jump. I should be able to... Because this is a 3-tile gap, which means that I should be able to grab it. Okay. I figured there might be some meanness with the loose tile, because that's a... Okay, now I'm confused. I can't make this running jump. I guess I'm supposed to do a running jump up top, because that's a 4-tile gap plus 1 floor of vertical drop. It's like super fascinating, because the original game would never feature a jump like this. Fucking knew it, but that one's solid. Okay, that's a sick jump though. That's so cool. So having these like gaps and distances and everything be like completely predictable and consistent is really important. And occasionally you get ports where that's not quite true, and they're kind of messed up because of it. But it does behave a little different than most other games, so if you're not familiar with it or fully understanding it, it can certainly be kind of confusing. Now, okay, if the memory serves, I'm just having a sudden flashback here. I need to do a running jump to cover this gap, and I am completely certain that that's a loose tile. But we get one shot here. There's a, you know, three tiles means we can do a running jump and land on the other side. Because it's a loose tile, if we were to grab the edge, we won't have time to climb up and keep going before it falls down. On top of that, including the presumed loose tile, that's another 3-tile platform, which means if we land on that tile or that platform, we have just enough space to do a running jump off of that edge. So I'm going to assume that that's what the game's going to require us to do. Now, I know for a fact that this game, this version, features a jump where you are not allowed to grab the ledge. Now, what I mean by that is you hold the action button while you're in midair to grab onto any ledges sort of within range. And the way the original game is built, generally speaking, there might be very specific edge cases, and you might have specific routing that would, that would be covered by that. But generally speaking, it's a good habit. We can call it that. It's a good rule of thumb. It's a good habit to always hold the action button whenever you're jumping, because you might have miscalculated something. You might not know what's on the other side, but it's always a little bit of an insurance. Hold the action button, and in case you get to a ledge, you'll grab it, because grabbing that ledge isn't going to screw you over, and failing to grab a ledge that you could have grabbed is a lot more likely to result in death or taking damage or just bad stuff. But I believe, well, I know that there is a jump, and my instinct is telling me that this is where this jump is going to happen. I could be wrong, but I'm excited to see if I'm right. There is a jump that for the longest time I thought was in the original game, but it was just me conflating memories. But it is from this version, where you have to make a jump, but there's like a ledge here that if you grab it, I think it's a loose tile, so you'll fall down. Actually, it might even be the even ruder thing is if it's not a loose tile, so you grab here, but you're just stuck because you actually have to land underneath this, but it's like it's an offset. So this grabbable ledge out here, you'll jump from here, you can grab it, but from there you cannot drop down, you'll just fall. But you need to like jump without grabbing this ledge right here and land on the by the doorway or whatever, because there's even a switch here. And that's an interesting subversion of like the original game's kind of design language, and it, sort of, it's a bit of a gotcha, because like I said, you would be conditioned to always hold grab when jumping. It's the kind of thing that I genuinely think would be kind of bad design in the original game, in the context of, like, I think that's part of why I don't like Prince of Persia 2, because it does kind of do a lot of those weird rug pulls where it punishes you for following your instincts. It obviously can be done well or poorly, and this game is not without its occasional frustrations because of things like that. But because at least I personally see this as this kind of elevated difficulty challenge game, I'm a lot more okay with it, especially when it's done in interesting scenarios that don't really exist in the original game. Like, Prince of Persia 2 has weird stuff with like loose tiles that don't exactly behave like loose tiles normally do, and like weird shit like that. Anyway, let's find out if we can even survive this jump. Yep, that's it. No, I fucked it up! I was right. It was that jump, but I missed time. You still have to grab the ledge, but you have to... I fucked it up. But I'm excited that I retained grains of memory of this game enough that just by visual, like, the layout made me feel like I think this is where this is. What's up, Amiga Cami? Welcome, welcome. And I think for sure, like, because this game... That's interesting. I did not think I'd be able to jump soon enough to hit that. The thing I can respect this game for more so than maybe Prince of Persia 2 or some fan games and stuff is that it does have kind of trolly moments for sure, but I'm gonna do this. I didn't mean to drop... Whatever. Time is not a factor now anyway, because we're just researching. But it would be worth... Like, this is why I would want to practice these levels again, to try to figure out what's the fast way. Because this is a perfect example of, yeah, I can do this safely, or I can do it quickly. And if you want to clear the game, you kind of don't really have time to do everything safely. You gotta sort of develop patterns and methods and strategies for doing things quickly instead. Let's not worry about that just yet. I still need to make this running jump. I can't land on those spikes. Right. I almost readied up a running jump. Good. I forgot about this screen. Here, I need to do a running jump. I'm gonna skip that health. Just of time. I don't think health is gonna be what's getting me killed in this level anyway. So those traps are, functionally they're kind of the same as the jaw traps in the original, but just because the animation and visuals are a bit different, it's harder to kind of instinctively parse where you can stand and how to best get past them. Okay, let's try not fucking this up this time. There we go. It's so cool. So yeah, like, this game does have these sort of, you could call them dick move kind of puzzles, but it doesn't feel like being a dick is like the purpose of them. It feels like being a dick is like the side effect of creating uniquely challenging and uniquely dangerous scenarios where you have to make certain kind of jumps that are cool to do, but you never really get the opportunity to do them in the original because the game never demands it of you. So I can appreciate it a lot more than some of the bullshit you see in Prince of Persia 2, for example. Now again, that's a death trap. I'm not going to bother with that health because I might die grabbing it. Okay, data collection. One of those might be a health extension. The other may be something bad. But this, unlike the original, has multiple skeletons. Okay, that's health extension. Let me... aren't there? But for the purpose of science here, I want to find out what this other thing is. Okay. Left potion equals death. The original game wouldn't have anything like that. There's a checkpoint! That's surprising. Hard liquor, yeah, the hardest of liquors. The skeleton is kind of like the first boss fight little set piece thing in the original game. But in this one, there's actually multiple skeletons. And, but yeah, as you can see, there's no life bar, so they will respawn infinitely. So we can't jump over that thing. Oh, it's gonna... I think it's gonna chase us. I have a recollection of something like that happening. I know the final level is really rude because it has a lot of sort of... You have to do things in the right order, or you can kind of soft lock and stuff. Got him in the infinite. But so far, level 16, and even this one, 18, haven't been as rude as I would have expected. So I think I want to do a running jump here and just keep going. Oh. Well. I misremembered that one's... But I want to say that there's some place... Maybe it's not that... There's something like that that's going to like start moving across the floor and chase you. I'm going to assume that we're meant to do kind of a series of running jumps here. Oh my god. See, that's a bit of a dick move. I did a running jump and I landed on that platform, which means that that's a 2-gap or 3-tile gap, which means that a standing jump would result in a ledge grab. So that's what we need to do. But we start over... You know what? I'm gonna not do the skeleton health here, because it doesn't really matter. On a full run, having that extra bit of health can obviously be the difference between life and death in a boss fight, which means... Or any fight, I suppose. Which might mean the difference of replaying a level or continuing. But there's not... Well, I don't know. I was going to say there's not a huge amount of fight. There might be a lot of fights in level 19 or 20, I don't remember. But for now, because we're just researching here, I guess I still want to do a running jump here, because you don't want to land on that loose tile. So let me inspect it. Yeah, there's a solid platform there, so I just need to do... I need to do a running jump here, because I need to clear that loose tile. But I want to stop on that platform. I don't want to keep running. Like so. And then... There we go. So I need to open that door. Okay, I need to probably go up. Oh, okay, I need to do some perilous drops on this right. Like, that's the express elevator down to that door. That's going to be fun, but it's might be a little dangerous. So, okay, I can do a drop. I won't be able to drop. Oh no, maybe I can because it's from the screen above. I was going to say I can't drop from the right hand side, but I might be able to. I have to see what's up here. Yeah. I reckon that's a loose tile before the switch. I kind of hope that's going to be cool if that's the case. Yeah. That's so fucking satisfying. Alright, cool. We got blue General Royal Guard guy. Oh, is this the boss rush? Might be. Because I think we're gonna refight the Amazon. I think I really like these like little set piece fights. I think the Asura fight is audacious in what they're doing with it. It's like it's really stretching what the game can support in a way that I appreciate, even if the result is like not the most fun fight. But just doing a couple of these repeated fights that are mechanically not that different. Like, I think these fights are more like just fully utilizing the scope of the combat mechanics in the original game in a way that the original game kind of doesn't necessarily do. I reckon that's the exit switch over here. Some rum and coke. I had some I enjoyed some beers last night. Yep, that's the exit. I'm kind of... Man. I might be developing some bad habits, because now I'm like, ooh, man. Still got some beers in the fridge. Maybe I should have some tonight. Yeah, this is a pretty cool level. Pretty straightforward. I mean, we have that sick-ass forbidden ledge grab jump. That's pretty fun, and the door just opened there. Oh, maybe there's a switch on the other side. Who knows? It's pretty funny, the idea that you might be able to, like, shove a dude through a door and then have the door close. And that was obviously not the boss rush, but yeah, he just stepped on that panel. That makes sense. Okay, level 16 and 18, both more straightforward than expected. Granted, I have played these before, and I could predict certain things coming up. But I did get a little trolled by applying my Prince of Persia instincts. Beers go well with Prince of Persia? Sure. Go well with a lot of things. Okay, level 19. 3DS AX3R. Now I'm really curious if this is the level... Yeah, okay. So this is the super trolley level, which means... Because I wasn't sure if this was level 19 or 20, but that makes me think that level 20 is literally just kind of the final boss encounter, which makes sense, because the game... You know, it lists just, you know... 20 levels, whatever, which means probably if you had a password for post level 20, I don't know, we'll see, I could be wrong, but I think this is the final level, like, level, because I remember this tile set has the fucked up soft lock level that's really kind of rude. Even this layout right here with these, like, weird gaps and spike, like, it's just... It's hard for me to put it in words, but it's like, if you're familiar with the original game, you can tell right away that, like, there wouldn't be a screen that looks like that. Right? So, right off the bat, we got some light trolling here. I remember there was a loose tile here somewhere. See, this is a level that I figure I might require some notes for, but because it's a level that will let you do things incorrectly. That opens that. But I'm gonna need to fuck things up before. Okay. Oh, of course. Okay, so I can tell right there. There's a switch on the bottom left and a conspicuous tile right above it. So I need to drop that tile. So that opens the switch on the next screen. So I'm doing this to permanently open a door someplace else. It's pretty intuitive, but in case you're not aware, obviously when I hit a switch like this, the corresponding gate opens and it'll stay open for a set time. But if I drop a tile or a dead body on a switch, it stays depressed. And the timer on gates doesn't start until the button is let up. So if you drop a tile, it's just permanently depressed. This also does apply to buttons that shuts gates. And those are, you can see here, the one that's right in front of me, the carpet is like flush, but there's a gap on the bottom of the tile. That's a hidden switch, which the hidden switches always closes doors. And the exposed switches, if we call that, the one on the lower floor is like an exposed switch. Although the exposed switches are a little harder to distinguish with this tile set because the carpet is still kind of the edge is not as obvious, but that'll always open a door. And technically you can there are puzzles in the original game where you're supposed to drop a switch on a button that closes a door, because if a switch that closes a door is permanently pressed by a tile, that does not prevent the door from being opened by a separate switch. But it does mean that if you step on that tile, nothing happens because it's like already pressed down. So the fact that there's a switch there on the bottom left that opens a gate somewhere means that having now dropped a tile on it, wherever that gate is, it'll just be open. I play this game as part of the series exploration. In fact, what we're playing right now is the continuation of the run we were on. So I did a run, we made it to level 16, I ran out of time, and that's kind of where we dropped it. So I'm picking up where we left off there in order to explore and learn these final levels before doing more practice or attempts of the full game. I think what I'm going to want to do after finishing is revisiting all of the levels that are fully original, to just replay them once to refresh my memory, and then maybe do full attempts. What's up, Cody? So that has now been opened. Let me actually take some notes here. It'll be interesting to see how much of this level I can just pick back up from some latent memory, because I did have a recollection that there was a loose tile somewhere and I need to drop down from the floor here, but there's going to be fragments like that, bits and pieces that come back. So there's a switch on the far left that's going to open something. But whatever it does open, it's going to be... you know what? I think I'm going to need... You see there's a loose... or a switch next to the spikes. I probably need to drop a tile from super high up down there. Because the thing is, gates are only open for so long. So if both of those two switches open a gate, one of them might just be for this gate. How far can I travel to find the gate that it's supposed to open? Like, that's the question. And this is the trolley part of this stage. So let me see what this... does this also open this? It opens that one. Okay. Let's just see. So this probably just opens this. Okay, so this is in case I went in here when I'm not supposed to. So this opens something else. Yeah, we're gonna need to drop a tile on that for sure. I reckon the hidden switch right past this gate is gonna close this gate, so let's not jump over there just yet. Let's take a look up here. Okay, so that gate's open. That's probably the one we opened. That must be what we opened down below. Now, these hidden switches can still close this quote-unquote permanently open door. So, you never want to step on a hidden switch. It's never a good thing to step on a hidden switch. That's guaranteed a loose tile above the pit. Yep. But I'm gonna need to get access in order to drop that tile. We can't drop it that way. This gap also looks kind of conspicuous. There might be a tile that we're supposed to drop down here to land on a switch. What's up, the Stinger? Yeah, this is a great game, but it's very different from the original. All the levels are completely different. I reckon I might go through there and the door closes behind me. This level's pretty big. And this, again, comes back to that thing about having multiple paths. There's, like, multiple sort of puzzles and things for me to consider. Now, here's another thing, by the way. In the original game, every gate is closed by default. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there are open gates that it will just stay open forever until you like hit a switch to close them. Technically, I guess you could orchestrate that by like creating, like if you built a level, maybe you can have an enemy spawn on a switch in an area you can't ever reach and that'll open a door or something, but I don't think that happens. So the fact that this just stands there open makes me think I'm gonna be able to close that and screw myself over somehow. But yeah, we have like so many different paths that we could explore now, and I'm not really sure in which order we would want to. And again, like that fact alone makes this potentially very time-consuming level. No sound means that that gate or that switch. Well, I fucked that up. Yeah, okay, but that opens something that was open. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I probably fucked myself over now. So I figured, I should say, that I was supposed to go there from above. I didn't really mean to step on this tile. So I probably locked myself out of finishing this level. This is a great game, the Super Nintendo one, but I would not recommend it as your first Prince of Persia. I would recommend learning and finishing a good version of the original, and the DOS version will do you just fine there. And if you really like that game, or if you finished it, this is an additional challenge. So that's probably a loose tile there above. Drop on this switch, maybe. Right, so I can't go through and see what's there, but we can okay, so there's sort of three levels. And this level is kind of around this like series of switches. So I guess what I have to do, I go through this gate, and that lets me go through here, and that lets me drop that loose tile, and then I probably need to do something on the screen to the left of this, come around up top, and that's how I return back to this kind of central hub, shaft, whatever. Right, I figured that would happen, but I could... Oh! Okay. I think I have to... I didn't groan because I made a mistake. I just realized that I think the way this works is I go do the whole thing over here, and then I drop down back to the first floor. I don't go through here back again. This is a 3-tile gap, so we can do this. Okay, so this takes us... Okay, that's interesting. That's the door we closed before. It seems logical to assume that I'm going to want to go the upper path. But let's see. Okay, that's clearly a loose tile to drop on a switch there on the far right. So I'm going to have to go through fast here. There's no tile to drop. I won't have time, but I just want to see... Okay. I need to see what's on the other side of this screen transition before I do something dangerous. Okay, a running jump should be fine, because I'll either cross the gap or be able to grab the ledge. Okay. Oh my god, okay. Well, this is fucked. I don't think I can do it now. Fuck, I forgot to... I was gonna check the ceiling. Oh, there isn't a loose out. Okay. My chair is really on its last leg. Keeps, sinking down. But I need to get up here and quickly enough to jump through there before the... Because I land here and I can't like scoot under the gate because then I will fall onto the spikes. So I'm actually not sure. I needed those loose tiles to make the jump, so like I'm screwed now either way. But we can still gather more data about the level. Wait. Oh, that opened that door. Fuck. I for some reason assumed that it would open the door on the bottom, so I just went down. Yeah, I've had this for a good number of years. So whatever I was gonna go do up there on the right would have opened the door on the left on the second floor, which would let me, drop a tile. Yeah. Okay. I just need to think if there's anything left that we can explore now. Or if it's time to restart the level. Whatever that close is, it's already closed. Probably this right here. This is still more kind of mappable and straightforward than I remembered / feared. But it's still pretty rough. And what did that open? It opens that one, okay. What's above here? Well, I say that it's like straightforward, but I haven't really mapped out the whole level yet. I think that door on the left is kind of what's taking me to the sort of end. Or maybe this path on the left. Probably not. This path on the left might take me to another loose tile. That's a health extension. So I think if I go to the left here, That's gonna eventually take me to something that's gonna open that gate on the right to access the health up. And that's gonna be a whole excursion that I do not have time for. Well, the tiles not respawning is just part of the rule set. The game, I don't know, I feel like it would be kind of weird. I mean, you don't need them to respawn because you can just restart the level. There's no penalty. You know, you spend the time you spent, but that would have happened anyway. I think it's perfectly reasonable that the game, there's a degree of permanence and, you know, what's the word? Consequence to your action. That doesn't bother me at all. All right, so we do this first. We drop down. A running jump here somewhere. That should keep the door on floor 2 open. So I consider this, you know, floor 1. And I don't think we ever really need to go inside this room, because the switch on the bottom we will drop a tile onto, and the switch on the left is only to open the gate to get back out. So there's no real purpose to it. That's like, I feel like a bit of a trap, like a red herring. Going out to the right here is also not helpful because we cannot go up from there. So we're gonna go to the second floor. Yeah, I think we want to go right here because that's gonna open up something to the left of us here. Yeah, those switches are placed very deliberately because I have to do a standing jump to get across here. Well, no, actually, I could get across without... I was gonna say I couldn't get across without landing on that switch. But that's not true. I can do that. Now, what did I fuck up here last time? I don't remember. Fuck. Okay. Right. I remember now. Here. So this is step 1, 2. I have to hit that switch. Okay, I think I have to do a running jump from the right to save like a fraction of a second, climb up, and then do a running jump. Let me go to the next screen to look first. I might... Because the problem is... doing a running jump will... I landed in front of the gate when I did that. I guess I probably should just be able to do a standing jump through the gate. It's a little unintuitive, but doing a standing jump, you actually have a lower profile than... Okay, that does not work. Than walking. So you can squeeze through closing doors. I figured... I thought 2 tiles would be enough for me to land on, but I might have jumped at the wrong timing. Go through here, I have to kind of go through the motions. Fucked up the timing on that. You're like invincible as you're rising from a crouch. You can use that to dodge taking damage from falling tiles. Is this the puzzliest Prince of Persia game? Probably not. I mean, I think the like Sands of Time gets pretty puzzly in some of the later games. But I think I wouldn't just characterize this game as puzzly per se, but certainly some of these later levels, like the combat gets more intense, the puzzling gets more intense, the platforming gets more intense. It just like it keeps the difficulty curve keeps going in a way that it doesn't really in the original game. But this is a particularly puzzly level. It's interesting because level 12 in the original is such a climbing platforming gauntlet. It's not really puzzly. You have to do things correctly. You could call that like environmental puzzles, action platforming puzzles. But not like this. I don't think avoiding stepping on that really makes much of a difference. So I believe this is what we're meant to do next, but even if it isn't, I'm gonna want to like figure out how to do this section anyway. So that opens the gate on the screen to the right. I think, so those 3 tiles above me, including the loose tiles, that's gonna be enough to do a running jump. I'll jump over this empty tile, the carpet tile. That's so weird, because I don't think that there's enough. It's hard to count the tiles across the screen border, but I don't think, because there's like, I can see like 1.5 tile here, and that's like the half. So there's 2. No, there should be enough to do a running jump as soon as I land. I guess we'll try that. You have like no time to lose here, so. Oh, no. Okay, but that still worked. Okay. Yeah, the door kind of makes things a little weird. Okay, we did it. Just a running jump and then just jump as soon as you can. So that tile raises a gate. Okay, I can't drop down here because I'll land on the spikes. I reckon this probably opens the left gate on the second floor. I can go through this gate on the left, because we're done here. We don't need to come back here. So I think I can maybe save a little bit of time not having to go back down to the first floor again, because this will shut this gate. But I think there's going to be something open to my left now. Yes. That opens that. Okay. At some point or another, there's going to be a part of this that's essentially extra work to open the or to let me access the health extension. All right, this is a little bit perilous because if I overshoot this jump, if I jump from where I'm standing right now, for example, I will land on those spikes. So I need to get across to that single tile ledge. I think. Okay. I think this should work. I think we are fucked. Yes, because I dropped that tile to open this gate. Just doing a running jump, running across this loose tile and jumping into the gate would make me take fall damage, but I would survive. But yeah, I just misjudged the spacing because I was worried about making a standing jump that would land me on that tile because I figured I could still overshoot it and slip onto the spikes. I was aiming for a jump where I would grab the ledge, but I misjudged the distance, so I wasn't able to grab the ledge, and now I fell down, and, well, now I can't get back up. But studying here, clearly there's a... I don't think this is right, because the gate is closed. And with the gate closed, there's no way to reach the loose tile on the top left. The gate wasn't open when we got here, was it? Do I need to open that gate? I mean, technically it's possible that some switch closed it. Maybe there's a switch on this tile. Then I should not have dropped that loose tile. Maybe that's the thing. I'm supposed to jump over this loose tile, jump through the gate, get that loose tile in the top left, drop down, climb back out, drop down here, shut the gate behind me, and then return this way. And that explains why this room exists, by the way. I have to drop down here to get back to the main path. Let's just double check that that also didn't change anything on like the third floor. So I reckon that thing in the room on the left is gonna get us access to, because that would complete like floor 2, and then we advance to floor 3. We're done on the right. So there's nothing for us there, but the tile we failed to open would open something here. Probably this gate on, well, yeah, either this gate on the left or something up here. But I'm you know, we're pretty much guaranteed to be, by the time we get here in a full run, we're more or less guaranteed to be much more starved for time than for health. So I don't think there's going to be much reason to try to try to get that extra health. You know, we could luck into accidentally finding the path for getting it or whatever, but certainly not going on my way for it. So we're making steady progress in figuring this level out, but I mean, you can imagine doing this at the end of a run. Like the first time you get to this level, like it's such a mercy from this version to allow you to keep going after the time runs out. Because getting here for the first time with an actual time limit and time pressure, man, it's rough. All right, open the right gate on second floor. Okay, this other note doesn't really mean anything, so I'm gonna that out. Right gate on floor 2, running jump, then standing jump. Yeah, okay. So I'm not gonna worry about hitting the switch because we're not coming back through this path anyway. Because I'm gonna be able to return through the top there. At least I have time to do this. Oh my god! That's so funny. I was just fast enough that I didn't bump into the gate from my running jump. I was mashing the jump button because I wasn't expecting to be jumping through the gate, but I'm wondering if I could have actually grabbed the ledge there. It's a little ambiguous. It's possible that I could have. This level's definitely... It's a good word. Dastardly. Jafar sparing no expense in making my life a living hell. But it is an interesting challenge. It's, you know, occasionally a little annoying. I mean, it's funny though. You think you have something sort of figured out, and then it turns out that, aha, there was still room to mess up and fail in previously undiscovered ways. So you do that first. And again, even like retaining all this knowledge and information at the end of a run. Like, there's a reason I'm taking notes. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do this quickly again. And I want to find out if I can grab that ledge. Yep. Okay. So that's going to be my main plan. If I fuck it up and bump into the gate, there's still a split second to mash jump and get a standing jump to get through there. I return through here. Got this behind me, that's fine. And now we can go to the left. Forget if I even know what that button closes, so... Dropping that tile will open this. Okay, so there's a switch here. This might close... Like, I'm frustrated because I want to see what's on the next screen. I will not be able to see what's on the next screen without either stepping on this tile or stepping on the loose tile, which will fall down, which may trigger something else. One of those things is likely to shut the gate in front of me, but I don't know which one. I think it's maybe... It's like a 50-50. This tile right in front of me could close this gate I just passed through. If that is the case, then that means... Like, either the gate in front of us is already closed. If it is, then we've already made a wrong turn somewhere. Because we need to be... That gate on the following screen needs to be open for us to get through it, drop a tile on the other switch, for this to be, like, have any meaning at all. It's possible that this is the only, like, it's very possible that the gate I just passed through does not have a switch to close it. It'll just close over time, and then... No, that can't work either, because we dropped a loose tile to open it. So this gate will stay open until we step on a tile that closes it. So that means... If... Fuck. This gate closing behind us is fine. That assuming we do this correctly, it won't matter. If we fall down through this loose tile gap, I'm talking about stuff that's on the next screen that we haven't seen yet, but we saw it in the previous attempt, right? I have to make a guess here, because if I guess correctly, we will get through. And if we don't, then this attempt is over. The problem is, so if I do a standing jump from where I'm standing, okay, so I'm standing on one tile. The next tile over is a hidden switch. The next tile after that is solid ground. Then I'm unsure. Is there one more tile of solid ground before the loose tile? I think probably the edge, the other side of this platform that we're standing on might look like the one on the far right, where there's like 2 tiles, but it could just be 1 tile. I think it's probably 1 solid tile and then the loose tile. But it makes a difference, right? I guess what I'm getting at is I can jump over this switch, but I don't think there's a way for me to jump over this switch without landing on the loose tile. I don't know for a fact that there is a switch underneath the loose tile, but I think there must be, because we definitely ended up... I don't think I jumped over this switch last time. I mean, I guess what we can do... Okay, here's a plan. If I jump over this switch, it's somewhat likely that I will land in a bad spot, I will fall down, I will fuck up, and we won't progress. And in the heat of the moment, it might be hard to gauge what actually happened. Well, I guess I'll jump over this tile, so we'll still see. But if I step on this tile, I will know for a fact what this tile does. Well, I will know for a fact if it closes this door behind me. And if it does, then we should be kind of good. I don't know. I don't think... We will need a lot of luck to get through this on this attempt. But because jumping over this tile is, like, too big of a risk. Now, this is interesting. I did what I thought would be a safety step, but I guess that maybe doesn't work for these tiles because he still stepped on it. But this door closing behind us is not a bad thing. Because, you know, not necessarily a problem. Now, however, this is not what I expected. Because there is a loose tile below us, but the gate in front of us is already closed. Which means whatever that tile below us closes, like, it's not the gate in front of us. Maybe it's this gate to the right, which we already can't really get ourselves back to. Jumping from here will land me on the spikes. So if I'm on the edge... Jumping over this to not... I mean, I guess there's a possibility that this switch right here closes both this gate behind me and the one in front of us. Let's see if this works. That works. That's good to know. Let me... I guess we can do this. There's pillars everywhere, so there can't be loose tiles here. That's confusing to me. Surely there's got to be a purpose to dropping... Does this switch open more than one door? Is going in here to open that door in order to access the loose tile to keep this door open makes no sense. But this is not an original Prince of Persia level, so the rules might not apply. We might still have, like in the original game, a single switch never opens more than one door. But that might not be the case here. Fuck, you see what this means? That dropping this tile on the right hand of the screen before I maybe should have done that, because I have to go down through here. I can't, you know, there's no other way out here. Okay, that doesn't close that gate, but it closes something, and there's no way. If we've made progress now, I'm so confused. But we may have at some point opened up the thing that would have led us to the health extension and then subsequently fucked it up. But we're gonna have to go up top to see if something's open. And if it is, we can go through. If it's not, then I'm not exactly sure what I messed up. That's open now. Okay, so there must have been a thing where something opened. Well, we're not exactly done. Figured that would be the case. There's obviously some switch thing happening there. Let's... Oh. So I basically have to... Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I reckon that opens something above us. I think there's got to be something here where you can get access to the health extension if you... like, didn't fuck something up. That's a switch on the right. Did that open the gate on... Oh, fuck, I'm so confused. Did I go up there to open... Yeah, I think I went up there to open that gate below. Well, I'm too scared to do a... Well, we're on this screen now. That's going to be a loose tile. Probably opening this on the left. Yep. I can't go through here now. Fucking hell. I'm not, like, taking notes here, because I'm basically just following my most logical instincts, and it's getting us through. Pretty sick. Alright. Gonna end the level here, I think. Like, it's not a traditional exit. Oh, this is the boss rush arena, right? Okay. Fucking giant Beelzebub bust. Alright, we're fighting Jafar's ghostly elf legion of blue warriors. So fucking sick. Alright, get him against the wall. So this is what I was thinking before. Like, we're gonna fight the Amazon, it's gonna flash. Oh, alright, skeleton. We got like guard, then skeleton, and then I guess Amazon, and then the Royal Guard dude. And that's gonna be the end of it. Actually, maybe we'll fight the Minister. Let's find out. Yeah, a lot of these like unique set piece screens in this game are pretty sick. Amazon. But as you can see, like, even in this kind of gauntlet, like, we get the wall infinite easily enough. Yep, there's the Minister. We don't, like... It's not like 1 or 2 extra health here would make a huge difference. Question is, do we fight the red guy after this? Or is it just the one? But yeah, I think it's cool. Like, I don't think the combat's the most, like, central or important part of the game. And I don't... We drop down and you're down to 1 health. Such a sick exit. I forgot all about this thing. I thought we'd just like run through a screen transition. That would be the end of the level, but it's such a long level too. 33 minutes. Obviously that's a lot of trial and error, but still. I think this game strikes a really nice balance, especially of course because the game is longer anyway, so there's more platforming too. But it pushes the combat and makes exciting spectacle and set piece moments out of it. There's certainly more they could have done mechanically, maybe. I was impressed with the PoP Classic Jafar fight. Like, I don't like that game that much in general, but the idea of Jafar's moveset having, like, he can use magic to, like, push you backwards, and you have to, like, get in close, and you sort of block it to get pushed back less. Like, I like that as an exploration of fighting characters with different abilities, using the same mechanics. And that's something that I think this game doesn't maybe do as good a job of. But, I mean, it doesn't attempt and fail it really either, with the exception of the Asura fight. But as far as having the combat essentially being the same, there's more of it without being too much. And there's more enemies that are, like, fun to fight because you get into these, like, proper rallies back and forth. So I do think the combat's good in this. So we do get a password for level 20. So the time's run out, and I think this is where well, we got a password. The princess is gone. I think this is the ending. No? Interesting. Oh, this is... Oh, I wonder... We might not get it. Oh, no, okay. I was gonna say, like, the apparition of the princess, like, is it's not there if she's already gone? But I'm unsure now if we actually get to do the Jafar fight. Honestly, there's no real reason to bother. There's obviously... Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad. So you don't get the final boss, but you get this, like, unique bad ending for finishing. Game over. I think that's sick. I like that a lot. Excellent. Well, that was a good science session. Level 19, quite frankly, it's tricky, it's difficult, it's punishing. But I thought I guess I have been streaming for over 2 hours, but to get through, like, 5 levels, 4 levels, but 3 levels, I guess, because level 17 is just a boss fight, and level 20 is just a boss fight, and we didn't even do the boss fight. So, but I have not, any kind of guarantee that we'll do level 19 deathless, but I have a route through it. And there's not really, well, I was gonna say there's no real combat in level 19. Well, technically you fight like 4 bosses, so but throughout the level there's only platforming, which is kind of cool. There's not a lot of levels like that in this game, I think, in this version. This game is very awesome. I'm gonna take a break. I need to go to the bathroom. It's a little bit like one of my Japanese animes, that's true. Some aspects of it for sure. When I return, I'm gonna use passwords, and we're gonna revisit all of the original levels to see if we need to take notes on any of those, if there's more practice or study required. And that may be the extent of this stream. We might not do, because actually doing a proper attempt, that's like another 2 hours commitment, right? So I think we won't do our first proper attempt on this stream. But if I feel like we have enough research and data to actually start attempts after this stream, that's still probably more progress than I would have expected. Then we'll see how many attempts it actually takes to get it. In my mind, this would be like a 5-6 stream thing. Not to say that it won't be, but we're making kind of better progress than I expected in some way, but we'll see. Anyway, I shall be taking a bit of a break, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, I'm back. This can seems to never end, but that's fine by me. Level 17 was pretty quick there, the boss fight. Otherwise, yeah, pretty devastating times here. But not a concern. It's pretty funny, we didn't even get a time for level 20. It doesn't count it, we didn't do it properly. We just got the bad ending. Okay, so according to my notes, levels 8, 11, and then 15 through 19 are all fully original levels. So we're gonna do those. I'm a little unsure. I feel like there's that the math doesn't quite add up for me, because level 6 in the original is the fight with the minister, and then you drop down into the dungeon, and in this game you kind of drop down back into this weird hellscape. I guess we'll see if that's level 8. I feel like I might have messed up in my notes here, because if there's some additional level squeezed in before that, I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I don't know, maybe they, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's check out level 8, which I guess should be the fire level, or the first fire level. Forget if there's more of them. Means I should grab. Nope. That's kind of what I thought. Level 7 should be... Maybe in my mind that's not a fully original level. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. I guess maybe I didn't start thinking to make notes if levels were new or not. Yeah, because this is level 5. In the original. I'm so confused, but I guess this is prior... Is level 11 the hell level? Yeah, because level 12 is the equivalent of level... That... Okay, I guess that checks out. Because this is the opening screen of level 5 in the original. The stuff is going to be different, but it is... Yeah, this is all different. But it's still adapting an existing level, so it's not wholly original. Okay, I just confused myself. Well, I just want to check if level 11 is what I think it is. In which case, I'm kind of back on the right deal here. What's up, Smuggy Bear? Yeah, we're doing practice here and studying to eventually do the proper single session clear of this game, which I've never done before. Okay. Still confused. But that's the second. So level 10 then would be... Why would I not have all data? Oh, well, whatever. Maybe I should trust my past note-taking self over my current... preconceived notions here. Yeah. Great start. Keep buying games you don't need. Well, that's... You know, gotta entertain yourself somehow, right? me just make a note here. Maybe in my mind, I thought of this as an adaptation of level 7, even though, like, totally different. Well, whatever. Maybe it has elements that are more familiar from the original game than I remembered. Doesn't really matter. Okay, I just needed to get my bearings a little bit there as to what levels, which levels are which here. So let me return then to... Because basically, the levels that are sort of half adapted from the original, I have a greater confidence in my ability to kind of just improvise my way through based on my previous knowledge. Whereas the levels that are fully original, I want to get more experience with playing to better build some kind of memory and recollection of what the levels are and how to complete them. The Evolution of Gaia and Terra Enigma. Yeah, Mimicbox mentioned on Discord that he was like, right, this is where they're the illusory wall. I think, let me see if I remember if that's, if we go do that first. They mentioned wanting to maybe grab some, forget if they use the word grails, but you know, expensive games for their collection, or sort of premium games. Yeah. Just make a note. And it made me think, like, I have this cartridge, which I'm very happy about. I have Septentrion, which mostly stands out to me as because I happened to get a very good deal on it. I think that's like a, well, last I checked anyway, like a 7,000-8,000 yen cartridge. So not like, you know, mega absurd expensive, but certainly not a cheap game. I guess I have some of those reissues because I was thinking I don't have a lot of Super Famicom games that are like expensive. I have more Mega Drive games in that category. Alright, so we know that the extra health is there, so we can kind of ignore it. Right, we can't actually get up there because of those loose tiles. Unless, is there a switch down there? Well, if there is, I already pressed it. Nope, that's opening the door on the right. That's what we need. I think. Yeah. There are some games that I would like to have, but realistically... I mean, I've never been, like, big on collecting for the purpose of having the most premium, expensive, rare items or anything. I'm more interested in having, like, good games that I like. And there's some that I would like to get, but probably not a lot in that, like, really premium category. Yeah, like, I have Contra Hardcore, which was, like, an expensive game when I bought it. You know, it was something like 100 euros. And this was in, like, 2007, 2008, mind you. So, you know, price levels were quite different back then. And that's obviously appreciated in value since I bought Bare Knuckle 3 in... Pretty sure I bought that at Super Potato in Akihabara, actually. And that was like 6,000 yen. Which, I mean, I picked up like multiple copies of Virtua Racing for 100 yen. Dynamite Heady was like 1,500. Like 4,000 yen and above was like expensive back then. So I have a couple of games like that that are like, they were premium games back then. It's just that the scale of what constitutes a premium game has changed since then, so they've appreciated in value. But I also have some games that like, that don't exactly follow that pattern. Like I have Battletoads for the Mega Drive, and I picked that up in like a It wasn't even, I can't remember, it might have been a book off. I bought it in Japan in some used shop, and there was like, oh hey, there's a little Mega Drive section here, and they had Battletoads, and I was like, huh. I was like barely aware that this port existed, and I cannot remember what I paid for it, but just like knowing what my purchasing habits were like. Okay, that door needs to open somewhere. I wouldn't have picked it up if it was expensive. So it must have been like 2,000 yen or something. And that's like a really expensive game now. Like that's like a 50,000 yen game or something. And like that really caught me off guard when I learned, okay, that does not... What the heck am I doing wrong? What am I supposed to be doing here? Juju Densetsu is another one, Toki. I bought, like, I think I bought that on Facebook from some dude. It was like a bundle of 4 games for like €100 or something like that. Trying to check if there's some other like loose tiles to drop on a Switch. I want to say it was Juju Densetsu, Quackshot, Burning Force, and some shoot 'em up that's like not very remarkable. I forget which one it was. And I think I got those 4 games in a bundle. I don't remember exactly what I paid, but it's like it wouldn't have been a lot. I guess we're restarting this level because I'm not sure what I messed up here. And yeah, Juju Densetsu is also like a weirdly expensive game now. Even kill me. What's another example? But yeah, like I have Contra Hardcore is like the obvious example. I guess Battletoads is like in a similar tier, if not more expensive. Bare Knuckle 3 is like a step below for sure, but still quite expensive if you were to get it nowadays, I think. I have Blade Lancer, but it's one of the like anniversary reissues. I have Paprium, still in its shipping box, unopened. I guess that's one of the more expensive games. I have like the Mad Stalker and a few other of those like recent games, recent-ish releases. Let me check here. There's like a Switch above me here. But yeah, for Super Famicom, I don't really think I have a lot in that. Like, I don't have a lot of boxed games. Certainly not ones that I paid a lot to make sure to get a boxed copy of. I mean, I have probably 20-something boxed Super Famicom games, but it's not typically... There's a small handful. Like, I have all 3 of the Street Fighter 2... What am I doing? Okay, that still worked. I have all 3 Street Fighter 2 games boxed. I have Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat 2. Although I got those long enough ago that they weren't that expensive. But like, I don't have a boxed copy of this, for example. I don't think there's a lot of games that I would go out of my way. If I really want to have them, it adds so much to the cost. And like, I'm a little wary about flimsy cardboard boxes and everything too. It doesn't... I don't really mind having loose carts. Trying to simultaneously maintain some kind of coherent thought here while actually paying attention to what I'm doing in the game. It's proving a little challenging. So far I haven't done anything different. I feel like I must have just failed to find a switch to open this door, unless it's somehow open now. No, okay. That means at least I didn't miss anything before. That's not the jump button. Okay, that's fine. But I have, for the Super Famicom, I have the modern, like, reissues of Majul and Gourmet Sentai Baraero. And is there maybe something else? So I already dropped a tile here. So dropping those loose tiles would not make any additional difference. I can go up here to get the extra health. But there's no other switches. I don't remember this being this baffling. Which is, you know, that's why we're doing this. There's no other, there's nothing more down here now. But, you know, there's stuff that I'm always happy to collect. I'm always happy to add more fighting games to the collection. I'm always happy to add more wrestling games. I'm always happy to add more, like, Capcom games. And there's definitely a lot in that category, or those categories, that I would always hypothetically be sort of on the hunt for. I was sort of, greetings, Mr. Radon. Welcome, Radon and Raiders. We're doing a little bit of a research here in the pursuit of a proper one session clear of this game, which will not happen today, but we're learning a lot of important information. And also talking about Super Famicom collecting and what have you. So I'm thinking that this opens the gate on the right, but I feel like I tried that and then it didn't. I think we're gonna need to kill this opponent over here first anyway. Yeah, I guess I probably must have weirdly overthought this whole situation. Actually, I don't want him to drop down in that little pit, because that's just going to cause headaches later on. Yeah. Let's just... Okay, so we can safely run or even jump into this screen, and we're unlikely to fall into that pit. Yeah, like, realistically, I'm not gonna get, like, Rendering Ranger or, you know, stuff like that, like several $100 games. But I had my eye on like, damaged label, you know, reduced price copy of Akumajo Dracula on Surugaya, which I eventually never did pick up. And, like, that's a game I feel like I would like to have in my collection that's not the cheapest thing on the system, but it's not, like, tens of thousands of yen. I don't know, Super Turkin. I feel like there's no way that it's not expensive. It's like a weird Western game. Checks a lot of boxes for for ending up expensive, I think. I do enjoy having, like, Japanese localized Western games, but a lot of those are very expensive, not good, or both. So, like I said, I'm really happy to have MK1 and 2.
I need to cook and eat food, but I will be around. Here's 40 bits.
40 bits. Not bad. Thank you very much, Raiden. Enjoy your cooking and fooding and all that. So, is this door open now and I just fucked around long enough for it to close? No, that doesn't open that gate. Alright, so... I'm not completely going insane any more than I already was anyway. So I guess that switch opens some other door somewhere. Probably the guards. I have to go down. Right, okay. I don't know why it took me this long to consider this. Yeah, it opens that gate. Dude, I've been, I was watching Raid on stream a bit this morning. And, we were talking about like, or Duke Donuts, as he's wont to do, pondered about like upscale versions of cheap, crappy food or whatever, something along those lines. And I forget if it was that or something else that prompted me to think about hot dogs. And there was like a deal at the grocery store yesterday, so I bought like 4 packs of sausages or hot dogs, whatever, for like 10 euros. So now I've got like my fridge and freezer full of hot dogs, and I've been like, since yesterday, like looking forward to creating some kind of decadent hot dog dinner. And then Father Axekeeper started talking about beer, or I mean, I started talking about beer, but we got thinking and talking, and now I'm like, dude, I wanna have some hot dogs and beer. So I'm fully going on autopilot here. That's the exit door. Oh yeah, I was gonna say this level has an level has an exit. I mean, it does. This level has a health potion, but that's the fantasy wall at the very beginning. So I feel like there was stuff I could have explored, but I didn't. But I can't see what we might have missed from it, so it was really just that one switch that I had a complete brain fart as to what it would do. After that, it was super smooth sailing, so that level's pretty simple. I feel like I can remember that. Do I need to make any other notes? Switch opens. Door below. That'll do. So you take an entry. I think it was more of a community-induced engagement tactic. I don't know. But yeah, like, as far as collecting, you know, typically... Right, so this is level E9? Well, it's a little different, of course. Conveyor belts. I think I actually do want to exit and use a password, because this... According to my notes, this is not an original level. And those are the ones that I'm focusing on. Screen border fights. Oh, this would be level 6, of course. This is the Minister level. Let me just double check. Yeah, because the next level is the Hell. Oh, this is like a whole extra thing. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're quitting out here. It's weird that they made this level longer. As far as collecting goes, there's good games that I like that I want to have, but it doesn't take that much for me to consider them sort of out of reach if they're actually expensive. Obviously, it depends on what deal you have to come across and what your finances looks like at that given moment in time. But I'm usually more, you know, about buying weird unknown games for cheap, or like getting a good enough deal on a good enough game. There's stuff that I'm happy to have. Like I picked up Yoshi's Island and Super Mario Collection, which, like, I'm not in love with either of those games, especially Super Mario Collection I don't really like, but it's like, it feels good to have those games, just to have, you know, I don't really subscribe to the idea that there are any games that are sort of must-haves, like if you have a collection for this console, you need to have such and such games. But there are certain games where just, like, it feels good to have them. Like, having the Mario games for the Super Famicom feels good. Like, I have, well, I guess technically I don't have all of the Sonic games, but I have Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. I have Phantasy Star 2, 3, and 4. I have Shining Force 1 and 2. I've got a bunch of those games on the Mega Drive, some of which I genuinely like, some of which I don't care for that strongly, but it's like, it feels good to have them in the collection. And I guess Akamachi Dracula is kind of like that for me as well. I do like it. I think it's a good game. I don't love it, certainly not as much as a lot of people do, but it feels like a sort of foundational Super Famicom game that's nice to have in the collection. Now, there are some games that feel like that are also kind of prohibitively expensive. which is unfortunate, but anything you can get like that just feels like a good thing to have, especially if they're cheap. I mean, back in the day, a lot of those like RPGs I would get for like 100 yen, even though I don't really care for them. It's a little tougher to do that when they're like 8,000 yen. 22,000 yen is, you know, less than some games, but it's more than I like to pay. Yeah, I mean, I think Yoshi's Island is a super polished, interesting, cool, and fun game in a lot of ways, but I just don't have, like, I don't have Nintendo nostalgia exactly. I mean, I have many fond memories of games I played growing up, and there's a lot of Nintendo games that I think are good, but I don't have that emotional connection to the brand of Mario or Nintendo or anything like that that makes me, like, I want to own Capcom games because I like Capcom. I like to own, you know, SNK arcade ports. I like to own Taito games. I like to own Human games, Sega. Like, there's a lot of companies where it doesn't really matter what it is. Like, if it's something from that company, I'm gonna feel good about having it in my collection. And there's nothing Nintendo that makes me feel that way. There are properties and series from Nintendo that I like, but they still don't really have... I feel like I like emotionally kind of keep it at arm's length. So that is not a driving factor at all in a game like that. But I do think it's a good game. But I can see what you're saying too. Like, I mean, certainly the Super Nintendo one is the one I like, because every other sequel or subsequent version just add more annoying shit and like gross Yoshi noises and whatever else. So like, that's not making anything more appealing, that's for sure. All right, so that was level 8. Level 9 is the Minister boss fight, sort of, kind of. Which still, the math doesn't add up entirely here for me, because the Minister fight is level 6 in the original, and it's... I feel like there's more, but fuck it. I'm gonna follow my notes here. And we're gonna practice level 10. Practice/research. S6. What's up, LCC? Yes, we're doing, not exactly practice, more like research. So, when I played this a couple of weeks ago, I just did the one run, and I sort of stopped when I ran out of time. This game, unlike the original, lets you continue playing when you run out of time, but when you get to the end, you get a bad ending. Right, it looks like you could slip through that gap, but I don't think you actually can. That's a wall. So we made it to level 16. So when I picked the game back up today, we started at level 16 with no time left. Just to, alright, gonna have to fight this guy again. To, look at and familiarize ourselves with all the levels in the game. And now I'm revisiting, because I know the original game very well, I'm revisiting the levels that are completely original to this game as opposed to just modified, to build a little more memory for these stages, and potentially figure out if there's stuff we need to take notes on to help for future attempts. Probably after that, the next like step in the process is to start doing attempts from the beginning. I think I have front mission gun hazard. I'm not sure. But yeah, that game's supposed to be pretty good. Alright, let's not die. That can be at all avoided. Okay, so this guy fell into a pit or something, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's certain games that I own multiple copies of in different ways, and it's like, sure, I don't mind picking this up, even though I already have it, just because I want to collect it, you know, in different variations or whatever. So, okay, I think I can make this jump if I grab. Yeah, Vulcan I'd like to have, but it's, yeah, a little bit pricey. I have Lanos, and I've like barely played that, so I'm kind of like, I'm kind of good on that. Okay, so I think I needed to take the lower route to open the exit, yes. So this level doesn't really have any exploration to speak of. Hopefully I can defeat this guy. Just so I can see what that next screen looks like. I guess I have to drop this guy down. The skeletons are a little inconsistent. Some of them just collapse in one hit, others you have to knock down. Alright, I know the exit is... The switch to open the exit is on to the right here. I forget if there's some trolley trap or something to do it, but if that's the case, we can discover that on a subsequent practice. So that's alright for now. I mean, Vulcan, I don't think it's like hundreds of thousands of yen, but box copy under 10,000 yen, I'd be very surprised. And that's just, I mean, that's not based on specific trends and data. I'm just speculating, like, I'm just assuming. 8,500 is cheaper than I would have expected for sure. But I haven't, you know, it's not, I haven't been looking for it or anything. But yeah, that's the thing, like, I prefer to try to get good deals. There was something I picked up not super long ago. I don't remember what it was. It might have been, fuck, what's it called? The, Xian the Blade Chaser. The kind of Operation Wolf-esque ninja gun game on Super Nintendo, which is pretty sick. I think I got that game for cheap because it had like a damaged or like ugly cartridge or something. Like, just having the game is good enough for me a lot of the time. So if I can get something for like 1,500, 2,000 yen, that's normally like 5,000. The excitement of getting a good deal usually kind of means more to me than having a pristine copy. I mean, especially if it's already like a loose cart, then you're kind of already past the point of it being like a premium thing. The other thing too is like, if I have something that's actually in good condition, I feel more like stressed out about the pressure of maintaining good condition versus if something is in a really trashy box or just a loose cart, then I can kind of just, you know, breathe easy. It doesn't really matter. I definitely, I mean, hindsight's 2020 and all that. Back when I was living in Japan, like 20 years ago, everything was so different, and like I would skip out on deals because they were like quote unquote bad deals, because it's like, oh, this game is 120 yen. It's not worth anything over 50, which obviously now is like kind of an absurd thing. I remember skipping out on grabbing like Saturn games, like loose discs, because most Saturn games were extremely cheap. And it's like, oh, I don't want to fuck around with loose discs or anything. And it's like, well, I could have... Like, I remember seeing in a shop that I would frequent, I think it was... Yeah, like Vampire Savior and like... Did Lanos 2? Like Saturn games that... I mean, I'm sure Vampire Savior wasn't expensive back then, but it was a loose disc for like 50 yen. And I feel like 50 yen is like fucking half a chewing gum or something. Like, it's so nothing that like the burden of having the physical artifact is a greater expense. And even then, like, Yeah, I would have liked having a full... I mean, I have at least one full copy of Vampire Savior now, but it was just kind of an example, right? And, like, having picked up those things just to have them, I would have been grateful later on. Like, the idea of... Obviously, with Saturn, it's a different story. Anything that isn't, like, cardboard packaging is far more likely to stay in good condition, or at least reasonable condition. And I mean, having cartridges sitting around loose is less troublesome than loose discs, even though I keep all my games in like binders anyway, my disc games. But at the time, it's like, why would I want to have a loose CD game? That's just a hassle. I'm not even interested in looking what's available, because I know that it's... Yeah, I wanted to listen to hear if that was a Switch. It was not. And I feel like I very likely deprived myself of getting some good deals that way. But, you know, like I said, hindsight, all that. Of course, everything becoming like 2 to 5 times more expensive over the last however long makes you wish you spent more money on the stuff back then. But anytime I think of that, like, I also have to give myself a little slack and say, well, I lived in Japan for a year, and when I returned to Sweden, I had to ship like north of 100 kilos of stuff. So it's not like I was really, you know, holding back. I mean, I kind of was. I could have bought way more. It's a Switch. But I still very much built up the foundation of my collection. I think my bigger regret, honestly, is I have had stuff in my collection that I got rid of, selling to friends mostly, with the thought that, I'm gonna go back to Japan regularly, or I'm gonna buy stuff from there, so that's fine. So, like, I had, the one that really stings is I had Super Shinobi 2 on Mega Drive, and I sold it for like 20 euros or something, which was kind of the asking price at the time. Figuring, you know, I sold it to a friend, so it wasn't like I needed to make a good profit on it. I figured, you know, I'll sell it essentially at cost, and I'll just pick up another copy later, and I never did, and now it's like 12,000, 15,000. And that's a great game. That's like a foundational Mega Drive game that I would love to have in my collection, but it's going to be so hard to justify the asking price for it now. I have the first one, so, like, at least I have that. I only have Bare Knuckle 3. I don't have 1 or 2. I think Bare Knuckle 2 is probably the one I've been, like, most tempted to shell out the, like, 6,000-7,000 yen for. Even though I have it on the Mega Drive Mini, I have it on the Xbox Streets of Rage collection. I might have it in some other way. I have the Game Gear version. I actually bought Game Gear Bare Knuckle 2 in like 2011 because I'm a fucking idiot and I like misread the store page and thought I ordered the Mega Drive version. I don't have a Game Gear or a way of playing Game Gear games, but I do have a loose Game Gear Bare Knuckle 2 cart. This level is... I don't even sure what I might be taking notes on, but I think this is just going to be a... do it a few times, build up a little memory and instinct for how to navigate. I mean, for the most part, the level designs, I talked about them being less friendly than the original game, but they're not to the point where you can't intuit your way through them. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But it's more like I'll follow my instincts and keep going, and then eventually I run into a situation that's like, aha, I have to remember to do this, or here's a trap I need to avoid, or something of that nature. I have made a note that this level has a health extension, so we should come across that at some point or another. I mean, with Mega Drive games at this point, it's like they've gone up in price so much that I'm like, if I feel like I can make a decent-ish deal, let's find out if I can drop down here. On just about anything, just to have another Mega Drive cartridge on the shelf, or box rather. Like I'm reasonably happy to do so. But usually I guess it would be something that I feel like there's some games like maybe Super Hang-On, or I did buy Super Monaco GP in relative recent memory, and like that's a mega difficult, not very fun game. The copy I have is actually in the most atrocious shape I've ever seen a Mega Drive box. It's like torn to shreds. That's a loose tile that I need to drop, but I need to come from above, so I need to go... Do I come from here or from the above? Let's find out. I'm not going to come from here. I think that's the screen I died on last time, right? Because I think this leads to the exit, because I jumped through the trap and then got hit by that guy, so I need to take the upper route. Okay. There might be a limit for like sports games and trash and stuff that it's just like I'm never gonna play it, but it, you know, it doesn't take that much. If it's got like good music or cool box art or anything like that, then it's like fair game. I mean, Lord knows that I have some bad games in my collection, and it's not like I'm above it. Oh, no loose tiles there, so that's gonna open something, obviously. I can't drop down there. There's a gate on the screen border here. That's what opens. Yeah, okay, that's where I need to go. And right. I can't drop down here because there's spikes everywhere. Yeah, I have Rise 2 on PlayStation. I can't remember if I have Rise 1. I'm at 1 health. But I'm not like trying to beat the level necessarily. I just want to map it out. Right, and here I have to, if I drop down here, I'm fucked, but so I need to... Shouldn't take fall damage from this, right? I do, okay. I feel like I shouldn't, but I do. That's kind of fucked, though. Is there a way to do that without taking that damage? Okay, a little bit of required research still. Right, so there's a door closing switch on the bottom there, which I maybe want to drop a loose tile. What's above here? I think I probably have more like Saturn games and PlayStation games in that slightly higher price tier that I'm likely to get. I feel like I've been eyeing a copy of Suzuki Bakuhatsu for like 8 years. And that's only creeping up in price. But I definitely know that I want to get the Saturn Zero Divide. So I like that series a lot, and it's a fighting game, and it's cool, but that's also pretty expensive. It's like 5,000-6,000 yen at least. But I guess like with Mega Drive and Super Famicom, well, Mega Drive is a bit different, of course, because it's like more niche. A lot of games, like the average price is just higher, and the stuff that's like actually sought after and actually expensive is in a different echelon of price. Because I have the first two Zero Divides. And again, it's kind of like, you know, I like fighting games, but that's a particular series I like. Right, wait, I know that... Okay, I know that I'm supposed to go down there, but was there something up here? Or is this a complete waste of time? This is just a waste of time. Is it though? Maybe I opened something. Yeah, everything's just getting expensive. Nope, there's nothing here. Well, I say everything, but everything is going up. But, you know, there's still no shortage of, like, sub 1,000 yen games. And that's even on, like, international Surugaya. If you're willing to trawl through Yahoo, or if you're in Japan, or, you know, there are other channels where you can get better deals. It's really funny, he fell down. We can see him on the bottom of the screen here. So I feel like I skipped parts here because I kind of accidentally took the same route as I did last time, because I'm just following the same instincts. There is a health extension on this level according to my notes, but I haven't come across it yet. Okay. I tend to kind of stick to Surugaya because there's a lot of other stuff I get from there anyway, and it's like a streamlined process that I don't have to think too hard about. And it's not really about, like, getting the best possible deal. I'm more okay with, like, I take it sort of casually, I guess. If you were to get super serious about it, then it's like a full-time thing and can drive you crazy, I feel like. So it's more about, I set the terms for how and where and when I do my shopping, and then I just see what attractive deals I can find within that scope. And, you know, a lot of the time I buy more books and stuff than games. And then it's just, you know, I have a wish list on Surugaya with like hundreds and hundreds of items on it, and most of the time it's just going there to check if any of it has turned up in stock. And, you know, there's a particular volume of a comic or something that shows up and make you go, ooh, like, this is in stock. I gotta make sure to jump on this deal now. Let me just go through and see what else is in stock that I can pack in the same order to justify, you know, buying stuff to begin with. And it's very satisfying when eventually you do get some of that stuff. Right, so this, I'm pretty sure, leads to the exit. Wow, okay. I did something to not have that door close. I didn't feel like I went out of my way to do so. So whatever that was, it's just gonna happen. So that's fair enough, I guess. These are kind of weird, but they work the same as the jaw traps, so you're not going to, like, step through them. The timing is a bit different. And you just got to kind of get used to the animation of it. Okay. Pretty straightforward enough. But I definitely have some, like, manga and stuff that I picked up at random and I thought was really sick. And it's like, I got 1 out of 3 or 4 volumes. And some of that stuff, it's like, yeah, I could probably find it on Amazon. Or, like, there are ways to get them. But then I have to jump through a few more extra hoops. And it's like, well, since I know that Surugaya is the easiest way to get them, I'm okay waiting to see if they pop up in the next, you know, year or 2 or 3. But if it's something I decide that I really want to get, then I can do it. Okay. I had a note here. Drop straight after gravity potion. Yeah, because there's like a ledge on the side. I think I wrote stuff down in a weird way. I wrote a comment on stage 13 that's supposed to be on stage 12. So now I'm unsure if stage 13 also has a health extension or if I just fucked that up. This is not, according to my notes, an original stage. Means, yeah, this is stage 7, sort of? Right, so that's like a... Is that the gravity potion, or is that like a weird fake out? I think I kept thinking that was the health extension. and I decided that I missed out on it, and then there was a health extension after the gravity potion at the end. Yeah, this is like a kind of a version of stage 7 from the original. Very different, but it retains just enough. Yeah, like this screen is the same, sort of. Yeah, I have a lot of video game manga, like fighting game stuff and other stuff that I can get, but sometimes when I just browse, like, it's really fun to just browse through the Gaia because because it's a pretty bad website. Like, you can't just very easily get everything, like, you have to do a lot of manual browsing, and you can potentially use search terms, but sometimes you just kind of have to go by category, and it doesn't necessarily, you know, the category might have like 4,000 items in it, and you might not be able to sort of whittle it down further. You just have to click through like 80 pages of stuff. And sometimes, you know, you don't know exactly what you're looking for. So I've definitely like looked at something, come across something interesting, looked for other things by the same author, looked at other things from the same publisher, etc. Right, so this is maybe different. Nailed it. And occasionally I picked up manga that's like totally unknown. I have no idea what it is, but either it's someone who drew something else I thought was cool, or it's a theme, just something that catches my attention. And sometimes it's a total dud, sometimes it's super sick. And that's pretty fun too, and I would never have like discovered that if not through that, through those means. So I like that a lot. Where am I going? Because this is definitely a bit different. I didn't really intend to do... Right, so I have to do a running jump here, but I can't go... I have to go up on the left, because I can't drop down. I can do a running jump to get across to hit that switch, but I can't drop down on the left or right, because there's, like, spikes. I don't have a lot of other places to go, so fuck it. There's obviously loose tiles here, but because there's a pillar attached here, okay, like that specific tile could not have been loose, because loose tiles are never attached to pillars. I thought the one on my left might have been, but it was not. I'm a little scared to drop down there, because I don't know where it's going to put me. Well, let's go. Well, hang on. Is that a loose tile? No. We'll have a switch. A little tricky. That was actually hard to see. Of course, I didn't time it correctly. This wasn't like on my list of levels to practice, but there aren't many. We might as well. Well, it's not that I didn't think I would need practice for this level, it's just that I wanted to prioritize the levels that were fully original. But I'm pretty sure 15 is the one that's left on my list, and that's like the teleport maze. And I'm not terribly enthused about that. Jaw trap's going fast. I mean, the timing is a little peculiar in this version because it has a lot of slowdown when there's like animated stuff on screen. I mean, not more than certain other versions. But they're not, I don't know, they don't strike me as having strange timing. Any places in the game where there's supposed to be like a certain rhythm to, like if you hold a direction from entering the screen, the timing to go through the traps is like all correct. So as far as ports where the traps act in a strange way or have weird timing, this one doesn't register. Basically the way it should be. Oh, I didn't. I actually did grab the ledge. I didn't think I would. Right, so this is the one that has the... Right, okay, never mind. Right, you can't do a standing jump over the switch because you will land on the spikes. So my instinct is to go down here because I would go down to the lower path in the original version. The level design is here, like totally different. So I actually don't know what's above me. Right, I need to do orange. Is it enough? I hope so. Lighter, yeah, that sounds annoying. I mean, that's part of why I focus more on books recently, because it's sales tax on most items here is 25%, but it's 6% for books. So, and you know, that's applied for imports as well. And the problem with video games from Surugaya is because like the way they do the customs declaration, routinely it gets processed as like the wrong category of item, and it gets processed as like video game hardware. So like there's additional tax on certain kind of hardware here, which is like a relatively new thing. And it's a weird additional tax that is based on weight. So because if I order video game software from Surugaya, they will label it in such a way that not only is it the actual proper 25% sales tax, there's an additional tax on top of that. It's not supposed to be there. So I'll get charged for it, and then I have to fucking email DHL and have to explain to them that this is labeled incorrectly. And like, it's a whole song and dance that's extremely tedious. That just like kind of made me, you know, put me off. So I did some research into it, and I realized like doing some, I forget exactly what it was, but basically what I found out is that it came down to how it wasn't. I had to figure out what part, at what link in the chain that sort of got messed up, and I was able to determine, based on my memory anyway, that it's from Surugaya, the way they declared the contents on the box, because you have to use like specific, like if you're shipping something from outside the EU to the EU or vice versa, you have to specify using like a specific, you have to get very granular and specific about the contents of anything you're shipping using a bunch of these like codes. And I was able to determine that code that gets like not misinterpreted, like they put the wrong code basically, and that's the people shipping it from Surugaya. That's not something that happens at like DHL or some other whatever. So I haven't tried it yet, but I figured the next time I have something shipped, next time I buy games specifically from Surugaya, I guess I'm gonna have to tell them in the like order comments, like, hey, please make sure to label this with this code because that's the correct one. Otherwise, I'm gonna get hit by a bunch of taxes that I'm not supposed to. But obviously, I don't know if that's even gonna work. I understand that they're gonna be pretty hesitant to like break from their internal procedure for how to label things. So it might be just like blanket, nope, we cannot, take any such requests. Like, I have no idea, but that definitely kind of put me off a little bit. But the thing is, like with books, you get not only is the cheaper tax, but when it's free shipping, the ratio of cost for shipment versus cost of like the goods themselves, books, especially the books I buy, when I get like, I don't know, 5 to 10 kilos of books that are worth like a few thousand yen, and then the shipping would be like 100,000. So getting that shipped for free is like insane. So that's why I've bought like probably hundreds of books over the past couple of years. perfectly mistimed it again. I guess I don't actually need to do a running jump. I just need to jump across the hidden switch. I can land on the switch in front of the spikes. I was kind of over complicating it for myself there. Yeah, I've used, I started using Tenso, like, I don't know, fucking 10, 15 years ago or something, as just a proxy, like, shipping address. And I still use that occasionally if there's, like, a Japanese shop that I can pay for using international debit cards or PayPal, but they won't ship internationally, then I'll have them ship it to that address and I'll have Tenso ship them. But otherwise, Zen Market has been my proxy shopping service of choice. And they've served me well enough. Yeah, Bio is part of Tenso, I believe. And so through that, like, I have used Bai once or maybe twice, I think. Stroganoff ready. That sounds pretty good. There was some service that I know that they were kind of I don't know if they started recently or just sort of did some marketing or whatever. They were kind of a hot topic recently-ish. They're called like White Rabbit or something, I forget. I think they had a kind of a different pricing structure, because Zen Market has a flat fee, like a service fee per item, and I think this other service had a different model where it's like, I never used it, but I remember being somewhat intrigued and thought, you know, I should check this out because maybe depending on what thing I ordered, this could be more like cost efficient. Right, so this is kind of dangerous because you'd still have to, if you try to jump over the switch, you obviously don't want to land inside the spike trap. I would if I jump from here. I think the running jump is still a safer option, honestly. Okay, so just run full speed from entering the screen, and I should be safe. Yeah, okay, easy. I must have dropped a tile on a thing. Because I'm back to where I was, but I dropped... That's right, I dropped a tile somewhere. Ah, I see. I can now safely land on the spikes. I need to do a running jump here still. I could not do that drop before because there were spikes there. So now I have to go up and then around to the left. I think this is basically the pit that I'm going to drop into at the end of the level, maybe, unless it's further to the left. This is messed up. A running jump would have been safer, but I didn't... I don't know, I guess I didn't want to mess up a running jump. So I did a standing jump, and that was a mistake. But that's pretty close to the end of the level. But yeah, I mean, I would use Zen Market very frequently. I mean, I typically use Zen Market to shop from Surugaya. The Japanese site before the international one was available. But more and more places let you just order directly. Depending on availability, I might buy figures and stuff from CD Japan or Ami Ami. I have bought things from Mandarake. I think they do international ship. They have like a English, weirdly translated English version of their site at least. But ever since Surugaya started doing their free shipping campaigns like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it was, it's such a good deal and it's such a hassle-free experience that it's really become like there's no reason to bother with any other ways of doing things, really, because there's so many extra hoops to jump through. Like Macaw 45. Yes, the Call of the Prince drove me to, I was gonna say early morning gaming, not that early morning gaming, but pretty early. I mean, not anymore, but we've been going for a few hours. Oops. Well. Have I... Right, so this is what drops this thing down to allow us to drop down. I don't think I can go... I think I have to take this way around to get down there. And here is where I just do a full speed run. Safe, easy way to get through there. It's so satisfying when you have these rooms that have like careless traps and dangerous looking stuff, and the actual solution is just to not time it at all, just go instantly full speed, and that's how you deal with it. Which might be the case there too, I don't know. I don't remember what the... I've tried to look to see if I could have dropped down, but I don't think so. I think I have to take that long route. So I did a standing jump on the above screen. Let's do a running jump from here. Yeah. So in the original game, the sort of equivalent here is to go into this section to get the health extension, but this is not the same level design. But I think I went this route, and normally it's easier to drop down than climb up. And I remember thinking, let's do the upper route. And I think that was like, well, that was kind of a waste. So we were up top here before. And that's... the earlier part. And this is like kind of this. But okay, hang on. Let's... I'm so frustrated because it's like, all right, I have two paths here. I can reason my way into deciding to do one before the other. And like, I know I went through this exact same thing last time, and I don't remember what I decided, but I feel like my reasoning would have been, I should do this. This is the main path, so let's do this first or whatever. So like, whatever I end up deciding to do, there would be a step in that chain where I go, let's not do A, so let's do B. And I feel like A and B might flip, but I would reason the same way, and it's gonna like end up the same thing. So I think the top route might lead to that potion we saw at the beginning of the level, which I'm pretty sure I ended up skipping or missing last time, but I still finished the level and I still found what I think is a health extension. So I think that's a waste of time. So I think I can just go here. Of course, hypothetically, it's possible that there's a second health extension in this level. It never happens in the original game, but this isn't the original game, so who knows, right? It's also possible that the potion I've seen by the exit is fully a trap. Or I don't know. Anything is possible. So I could go through those traps, and I guess it would end up on that screen. Do I just open that switch and go through? Okay, yeah, all right. So that's this screen. feel like it makes no difference, but now taking the path I took, I didn't have to step through 3 jaw traps. Kind of a weird, just alternate route that makes no difference ultimately. Okay, so this is the potion, and there's going to be loose tiles that drop here, and we fall down here. Okay. So we want to drop down. I don't want to run into this pit, because if I do this, I can do that. And that's the health extension. And I just barely made the drop. Okay, cool. I confirm how to do that. Definitely confused myself. Let's make an assumption here. Assumption not correct. Okay, let me make note of that. Cannot run through traps at end. It's such a gross, evil thing to add at the very end of the level. But it's good that we're in research mode now, because I don't have any problem with just testing that. But if I was actually doing a run, that would be devastating to... I wouldn't want to take the risk of testing that at the end of a level in a proper attempt. But I would do it safely and slowly, wondering in the back of my head if I should have just gone for it, because if that would have worked, it would have been such a time save. But now I know for a fact that it doesn't work. Now, is there a fast way through there? Can you run full speed and do some running jumps maybe to get through it? Possible, but if that's the case, then that's still going to be an unreliable strategy because it's going to be pretty precise. The thing about running full speed without stopping is that not only is it a good time save when you can do it, it's also the easiest thing. It's literally easier to just hold right than it is to, you know, step through it slowly and carefully. So usually when I can do that, it's not really a matter of, oh, it's the time-saving strategy. It's the easy strategy when that's available. But at the very least, we got through this level, and we confirmed that there's a health extension at the end, and you can, you know, carefully drop down, pick it up, and you still have time to drop down. The window of time there seemed a little tight. Another half second, and I might have fallen far enough to actually die, but the actual health extension is not really out of your way. So provided you don't fuck it up, you just do it first try. That's a good health extension that doesn't cost you more than a few seconds of extra time. I would like to maybe have a little more data on those traps at the end of the level, but not to the point where I feel like redoing that level one more time. Taking the note of running through the traps at the end being not a viable strategy, that's also important data collection. Let me see what stage 13 is. Oh, right. U5 KJ AB6. Okay. Yep. I think this is the one, because that's like the tall jugs are like the health extensions. That's like poison, I think. Yep. I think this is a totally new level, but I didn't mark it as such. Yeah, see, there's a path around. I remember something about realizing where that potion was and deciding against going for it. So this, I'm pretty sure, is a brand new level. We'll give it a shot. In case you missed it, we're eventually going to do... I'm going to complete this game in one sitting without using passwords. But not today. This is the practice study session number 1. I think just doing attempts starting from the beginning every time is not the most efficient way of going about it. Because I will be under time pressure anytime I make progress. Now that I know going into it with the mindset of not caring about time, I can take a look at levels one at a time, carefully study and research the level and take notes that'll help me when I make actual attempts. Hello, Marty.zone. Yeah, there was something about... So eventually we can open that gate. Oh, I think that's what happened. I opened that gate and then I did something to drop a tile or hit a switch or do something that closed that gate by that guy. And that gate right there, you get into it, you fight that guy, you climb up there, and that leads to where the health extension is. So I think I actually had intended to do it, but I screwed myself out of being able to do it somehow. That's what happened last time, I believe. And I remember going through here multiple times. Well, that looks like somewhere... Well, I was gonna say it looks like someplace I want to drop a tile, but... Oh, this is probably just to get out of here, actually. The tile I dropped there is going to open a door someplace else. But this gate right here is opened by that switch on the bottom left. So I'm going to go up here to look. The tile I dropped may have opened this gate. Nope, it's not open yet. Helvetica scenario, greetings. Oh, there's something here. You drop that tile and there's like, both of these gates are going to open. And there's like an upper and lower path where you can fuck something up, I'm sure. It's kind of a weird level. I think... No, that's all. There's nothing I can drop on that tile. Ah, but I can go through here and I can drop that tile behind the guard. And that's going to open something. Yeah, today is a study session. Oh, I can't even climb up here. Okay. Oh, maybe I have to go... If I go the lower route, I would go through all that, fight that guy, drop the loose tile on the switch, and then climb up through there, probably press that switch to open this gate and come back out this way. Maybe that's what I was supposed to do. You know what? Let's try that. Let's do this, because there might be loose tiles down here. Sure are. Okay, let's see if we can run full speed through here. I guess I can drop him on the switch, that's fine too. Not. Surely that's a loose tile. Yeah. That opens something. Probably the door to the guy protecting the health extension. I think what might have happened is we might have opened up that far, and then I jumped over to fight him, and he knocked me over the edge. And then I couldn't get back up there because he would... Yeah, because I think I need to, like, block and... Yeah, I think that's what happened. I climbed up here, I was mashing block to defend myself, and that still gave me enough pushback to fall back down, and he was close enough to the edge that I would not be able to fight him. So I need to block and counterattack in order to not get pushed back. Like that. Of course, this is still a detour that's going to cost time. I feel like you get a lot of health, so I feel like I should map out like which health extensions are time efficient to get. I mean, technically speaking, you can clear the entire game without getting a single one, right? They're not mandatory, but if they take like 5 seconds to collect, that's, you know, that's worth it. This one is actually quite a bit of a time investment, because going through that extra route to open the door takes time. Fighting this guy takes time. Going up here to grab it takes time. I don't think this is actually worth it. It's maybe not the most time-consuming one, but it's not the least time-consuming one, that's for sure. Because there are ones that are, like, pretty much on the main path, or like one screen off or whatever. All right, so that's the mouse screen. Yeah, it's a scare. So this is, I guess I didn't mark this because this is like sort of like level 9, because it has the mouse set piece. But the rest of the level isn't very much like level 9. I fucked up because I didn't open the exit. I feel like I did the exact same thing last time. I think I need to go this way to go below the exit. Yeah. Because it's opening the exit that's leading to this screen right here. It's funny, I was able to catch myself at least. So you need to step here to climb up. You shut the... Oh my God. This whole... Every little section is like extended. Right, so that opens up the exit. Kind of incomprehensible notes. Like the lower path. This is so sick. I love the fact that they added Jafar here, and he's like using the magic to shut the door, and the kid's like, oh, what happened? Like, it's so much better than the original, where it's kind of weird, where you might not even realize that you're stuck. So you might leave the screen when the solution is to just wait here for a bit. The mouse shows up, does a little somersault. It's so good. Huh, I have to actually... It's definitely cool that they take some of these like iconic little set pieces from the original and actually tweak them and embellish them, and honestly I think make them better in a lot of cases. Those are the things that I think this game really excels at. And of course the visual variety with the additional tile sets and more unique individual screens and stuff like that. Are there alternate life extend potions? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but like some levels have... There's nothing like random or procedural or anything. These are just potions that are found in levels. And if you collect them, your max HP increases. It's a little stressful. Again, kind of stretching the limit here, what this game can handle. Not just like in terms of performance and slowdown, but just like the game design. Right, so here, not taking risks, do a standing jump, don't fuck it up, or you will just get dropped down into the spikes. Alternate extra ones like reserve. No, I don't know technically exactly how many there are. I made notes on the ones I've found. But there's just a set number. Doesn't really make sense to me, at least, that there would be ones that exist only if you have a certain number of HP. I don't think that's how it works. Level 14, I guess, is level 10? Sort of. It's so satisfying, the preemptive holstering. Yeah, this is, I think, kind of level 10. Not quite, but there's gonna be... Oh yeah, and that means that this is the upside down potion level. Oh yeah, the exit screen here is gonna be recognizable. Yep. So we need to drop this tile on here, so do this. Because the exit open switch is through that gate. The opening there was a little bit different. The rest of the stage any different? I don't have any notes on any extra health on this stage either, so... Pretty straightforward. This, in other words, probably not really a stage I need to practice, frankly. But I do want to practice the next stage, so we might as well... Oh, haha! Okay. This screen, I was fucking stuck on this screen last time, so... Alright, I was wrong. We need practice. I mean, I was planning to practice every stage. I just wanted to prioritize certain ones, but... This screen is a little bit different because this spike trap is not here in the original. And it sort of changes everything. There's a bunch of loose tiles here, and I want to make sure that I keep enough tiles intact that I can jump far enough that I don't like land on that spike, basically. It took me quite a few attempts to find something that worked. So I can now start running from here, and you can see that there's a hidden switch right by the gate, which will close the gate. So if I drop, there's one loose tile left here, and if I had dropped that tile, I would have to jump from above the pillars. That jump would either like land me. I think what happens if I jump from there is I land on the platform, but I can't stay on it, so I slip off of it and I fall down on the spikes. And if I try to finagle an early jump, I can land on the lower platform, but I will keep momentum such that I also fly into the spikes. So one solution is to jump such that I grab the ledge of that upper platform, drop down, jump over the spike trap, but then I have to make sure that I also don't land on the switch. But I believe, if memory serves, that doing it this way, leaving that third loose tile up top here, means I can jump that late, which I think... Looking at it, it seems plausible that it will actually land me on the hidden switch, which is a bad thing. But we need to devise a reliable strategy and then write down what I did so that I know that I don't have to do 8 attempts here. Because we were stuck for a long time here when we played it. It took a lot of attempts. Because I remember the solution isn't difficult to execute. It's just very specific. And if you do the wrong thing, you die. So... I'm gonna try this because this seems sort of familiar. Familiar in the sense that I think that's how I tackled it. Like that's what I arrived at the last time. Because I remember like trying to time the button press for the jump around the screen transition, but here I can just do that. Yeah, wrong button. Yes. Okay. Good. First try. let me make a note here. Loose. I think I would remember, like, if I remember it now, I'll remember it next time, but I'm gonna write it down anyway. Files. Save third tile. Jump. That's a weird note, but whatever. Now we've got to drop down here to, yeah, it's interesting, because this level, the few first screens were different, then that one screen that we just did had, like, that one specific big difference. Okay, I wasn't sure. The layout here is a little different, because there's no extra safety tile to land on. Oh, this is a big problem, because now we're back up here, and now I can't do what I just did because the tile is no longer there. That is pretty evil. They made some very slight tweaks to make this more punishing and more difficult than the original. We're doing all right. We're doing some study and practice. See, that's like an alternate take that sort of kind of works. I need to make sure I have a good way to drop that tile. I hold. All right, that's a solid backup strat. From switch. Vent. Run. Lord knows if I can make heads or tails of any of this later on, but yeah, so I need to do like a running turn, like, because you want to be able to drop that tile without falling down, so you don't have to go around the long way like I just did. If I do, obviously having a strat to safely do it makes it okay, but it also wastes time, so that's bad. A little obnoxious too, because you can't like just run through there or you'll fall down. Lose tiles. Fight this guy. I want to see if the upside down sort of end of the level bit is any different, because I don't really remember. Conveyor belt. Over here. Alright, that's an upside down potion for sure. I think this leads to the exit. The conveyor belt might lead to health extension. Okay, this is gonna be a little scary, but I don't know where this leads, but if the original level 10, no, 9, which this is based on, the previous one is level 8, not 9, has the upside down potion and a health extension. I haven't written down a note about a health extension, which means if there is one, I didn't find it, and it's likely that it's off here to the left somewhere. But I think the path down from here, well, not from here, but here, should take me to the exit. So I probably did that the last time, and I just kind of got to the exit. And I was just like, you know what, let's move on. Because that's okay. But that means in the name of science, we need to check what's on the other side of that conveyor belt. Because we're not trying to beat the levels, we're trying to map out the levels and learn. Happy for you and your toy deliveries, Mimic. This game is just like not designed for conveyor belts, it's so weird. Just lead to the... I don't know, the levels are so much more convoluted. Okay. If this is upside down, yeah, that's fucked. Of course it is. That could have come from the other way? Good luck mapping anything out here. I don't think I want to drop down there, so let's see. I don't think I'm going to want to drop... Well, I can... Nope. I was going to say, I don't think I want to drop down there. This is so rude, because that fucking poison vial means that I can't, like... sneaky step here. If I hold the action button, I'll just do that. The upside down potion is from the original game, but the level design is a bit different. So is this the second upside down potion? It is. I've already taken a bunch of notes here, but knowing that I don't bother is good. Okay, it's badly timed. So I gotta go through here before that closes, so I can drop that loose tile in the corner. Jump, please. And that's gonna open. So because the order of level, well, not the order, but the levels themselves are a bit different. Yeah, I did not see a health extension on this, which means there might probably not be one. But obviously there's more levels and more potions in other levels. Probably your maximum potential max HP in this might just be higher than in the original game. But yeah, okay, that was still good research. We confirmed the location of 2 upside down potions and got both of them, knowing that that's not anything we have to deal with or bother with in the future. That's good. Okay, now it's empty. So 15 is the teleporter maze level, which is definitely a bit trolly. But there is one, like, blind jump you have to make that I remembered last time I played, but I still kind of got stuck here for a little bit. Teleporter mazes are generally not, you know, very fun. They kind of tend to be annoying. I guess, well, this is a teleporter level. It's up to you if you want to call it a maze or not. This level actually has signposted teleporters. They're not like... They each have symbols that correspond to each other. But there are teleporters, which means that the spatial relationship between the rooms that you can, you know, go through in this level are very unclear. Alright, okay, so there's... I shut those doors by running there, so that doesn't work. And that's the part that makes it the most, like, awkward. The way this game typically challenges you with, like, spatial reasoning and observation get sort of thrown out the window when you just, you know, the game doesn't give you enough context to understand or infer how screens relate to each other. I'm not saying that necessarily by definition makes it a bad level design. But oh yeah, I can't even go up here, right? Because I can't climb up there. But it makes it a type of level design that sort of doesn't really follow the established rules of the game, I guess you could say. I think there's maybe a loose tile up here or something. Nope, not quite. But there's the first teleporter. Another weird drop. So there's a switch there that might open a door down. I mean, it's going to open a door, obviously, but I remember you have to go down through here like multiple, or I don't know about have to, but I ended up doing so. There's the exit. Oh, no, that's the start. I just saw a corpse. That's not the exit. That's the start of the level. Probably don't want to go back there. Okay, so I opened this door at some point or another. So I know that you have to go to some kind of somewhat hidden teleporter to go press a switch. So yeah, this has like this Epsilon or whatever, and that's the one we saw. We couldn't reach it, but we were down in that corner. So now I can go up here and go to the left and hit a switch, which I don't know what it's going to do. So, like, do I do that first? So we've been to this screen before. That guy landed on a switch. That's maybe a good thing. It's not going to be a bad thing. Okay, so eventually I'm going to need to have this door open so I can jump from where I'm standing now over to the right and climb up, because I can't get to there from below. Is that the door that the switch past this teleporter opens? Who knows? Possibly. Probably, because there all of a sudden now is not really much else to explore. Fuck, this is for sure. This is like the definition of a level that you should just write down steps to, but I guess I don't. I can't like write a bunch of steps while I'm like just speculatively exploring. Interesting, by the way. The switch on the left side of the screen is where you have to blind jump to. So technically you can see this switch ahead of time, but good luck figuring out how the geography of the rooms relate to understand that that's where you're supposed to go. So I hit that switch. Can't drop down here. I'm already wasting time. Unless that's some weird, like, permanently open switch, which isn't a thing typically. But neither are teleporters. So do I now go up through here? I'm not hearing any closing door. It's open. I think this is what took me the long time to figure out last time, because it's so unintuitive relative to the rules of Prince of Persia that you would hit that switch and this gate just stays open. It's not how any other gates work. So here is where you do this blind jump. And that opens somewhere, somewhere. Past one of these teleporters. I think one of them just, yeah, I was gonna say one of them just leads to a fight. So, I mean, again, as far as, like, teleporter mazes go, this could be a lot worse. It certainly adds a unique sort of challenge that isn't present in the original game, but I don't think it's a challenge the addition of which particularly improves the game. No sound, which means that whatever this opened is still open. So that's another, like, permanent door opener, I guess. Nope! That's not the door I meant to go inside. It opens this door. More health there. So this level is actually very simple. There's just a bunch of weird shit in it. Okay, so this... It all led to this, but what the heck does this open? No loose tile there or anything. Like, where have I not been? We have been on the left there. Hello, Crown Murray, welcome. I guess it's safe to assume that that's also a permanent door opening switch, because that appears to be like the thing in this stage. I guess maybe at this point I'm supposed to drop down here back to what's essentially a much earlier part of the level. It goes kind of against my instinct, so that's why I want to try it. I got through here a little bit lucky last time. But I think... I was like standing on both tiles there. That messed up, kind of funny. Yeah, it's just a series of standing jumps, that's fine. Right, because we were on the right side there. I don't think this... Yeah, this takes me up to where the red guard is, right? On the floor, right in front of... Oh, I can't climb up here. No, no, no. This is... I'm gonna see the teleporter on the right. Yeah. Okay. So we're done here. Dropping down, it's gonna be the... back to the start of this... Yeah. Where have I not been? Okay, so dropping down there was not correct. I remember having this exact same confusion. Is it this way? No. There's a fucking health extension there also, by the way. Well, this isn't a fantasy wall. Might as well heal up, I guess. Can I go down or right from here? No, I'm back here. What the fuck? This is where I did drop down. What do I think of Muscle Bomber? I haven't played those games a ton. I think they're cool. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Tetsuo Hara's character designs. I'd love to see something happening, even if it's just, like, re-releases of those games. And I think I know they've been in a weird position because of the Hara Tetsuo, like, ownership of some of the character designs and whatever. But I want to say that they might have been included in one of the more recent arcade collection type deals. I forget. I don't like the first game much because, like, it's very mashy and awkward. From my recollections, like, it's just not very fun to play the computer. The second game, I think, is very interesting and cool because it's a weird hybrid of, like, fighting game and wrestling. But honestly, I've not played either of them enough to have, like, a very informed opinion on any of the game mechanics. But I think they're cool. I'm definitely just retracing steps here, but what have I missed? There's gonna be some weird unintuitive blind jump or something. I guess I'm supposed to go back through the, like, it's the thing where, oh, this is the beginning of the stage. I'm not supposed to go back there. It's the only place I haven't been, right? So that has to be it. Let me just, I forget what's on the left here, so let me just check. Wait, what's on the left here? I think that's just a potion, right? Yeah. I think, like, my brain registers the fact that, like, oh, that looks like the exit, but it's actually the beginning of the stage. Going back there is a trap. You're not supposed to do that. And that might be true earlier in the level, but I think at this point... Nope. This door opened. Because this is a new symbol. Okay. Fantasy wall? No. There's a potion somewhere that should give me more health. This looks like forward progress. Okay, that's interesting. I had a theory that was like not quite correct. Okay, cool. Oh, that leads us back there. Okay, interesting. I fucked up there, so we didn't actually get to the exit. But now I'm intrigued to see if going back to the beginning of the stage... Well, I mean, here we are. Maybe going through that gate... It's funny, that's what I intended to do, but it's not where I ended up the way I thought I would. It could be possible that going back here is actually how to get the health extension, which is what I may have wanted to do. Let me see. Yeah, because dropping down from where the red guard was on the floor, I thought I would drop down on this screen, but it turned out to be a totally different place. So if I come back here later, is it just... Oh! I dropped down here. Okay, so this is right at the beginning. Fascinating. Okay, that means that if I go through the exit, if I found my way back to the start, I would find my way back here. Okay, let me... Can I just run here full speed? Nope. I could probably jump through, though. Those are just, like, good... little bits of knowledge to have, because it'll save you a few seconds. And it's satisfying. And if you have a solid... specific way to get through, it's just gonna be easy. Man, it's 2:20 p.m. I had a nice filling serving of oatmeal this morning, but I haven't eaten since then. Remember, the last hour or two I've been fantasizing about hot dogs and beer. I'm gonna need to take a quick excursion in the supermarket. I didn't even look at the trap. I got a little lucky with the timing there. I need to buy some... I don't think I have enough at home for a sufficiently decadent hot dog experience. So I need to do something about that. Well, doesn't get me anywhere. This just drops me literally back right to where I was, right? So let's just climb down back here instead. Drop. Now this is going to take me back to the start. And I guess that's just like permanently open. I guess all gates are just permanently open on this stage. It's so bizarre. But I'm flabbergasted as to what screens, unless they're past the point where I died last time, where there even is a screen that'll exit to the right such that I can find the health extension. Well, that did something, I guess. Do I go through the teleporter? Yes, because I go through here. And that now opens something. But I don't want to drop down here. Oh! I cannot keep straight where each screen is here. If I drop down there, I would drop down onto the spikes. Okay, yeah, okay, it's a good thing I didn't do that. So this will take me back to the screen where they exit, or the start, whatever. I can't fucking speak. Now we can go through here, and the door behind the red guard should be open now. There's health on my left that I don't need. Yep. So from here, dropping down now would not help me. I need to jump across here to open what's past the left teleporter here. Because the right teleporter would just take me into a little fighting pit with a dude. Total waste of time. I can go through the O door there. And this switch will open the door by the beginning of the level. And I drop back down there by... going this route. I think I'm supposed to drop down here, but I'm gonna be confused about where I end up because it's not gonna be the screen I think it is. That's weird. He landed... well, I guess he technically doesn't quite... yeah, alright. Okay, this is how I got confused about it last time. Didn't step on that switch. Which might have closed something out? I don't know. Gonna be a bunch of loose tiles that I fell through last time, right? Across the screens very carefully now. Right. I fell down there and died. I didn't remember this for sure. Cool big set piece. Because this is... right, okay. Right. This is placed in a totally different part. Well, I guess this is level 15, so it's not that different a part. This would happen at the end of level 12 in the original. Super confusing there, but okay. There is a health extension, but how the heck do you get it? Oh, and how do I even write a note for this? I figured out the route. It's actually quite straightforward, but boy. And now we're back to level 16. This is actually where we started today. And it's interesting. We got here with 10 minutes left. The password that I have for this level has 10 seconds left. So we did the last few stages better than what my password run did, which makes sense, obviously. We've gotten a little bit of practice. But this one, well, that's not a good start. This one I remember being more straightforward than I expected. I want to say, like, it's a bit trolly in places, but you kind of want to take this sort of outside path up from the top right here. And, I have a health extension question mark note here, which is a great note. That means that there may or may not be one. Does it mean that I think there is one? Does it mean that I saw one but don't know how to get it? We may never know. But I have more than enough health to clear the rest of the game, so like it doesn't matter at this point. Those tiles are loose, so I gotta do this jump. I'm gonna go up here. Yeah, well, I can. That guy, I think, is a total waste of time. I don't think I can climb up. Yeah, I can't get there. So let's do a blind jump here. Oh, it works. Didn't get me killed or anything. And continue up here, I suppose. Those tiles look pretty loose up there. Right, okay. There is a health extension bottle. We're kind of above where the level starts now, I remember, because you can get to that screen without being able to get anywhere. Drop these tiles. Go up here. Excitingly perilous looking jumps. I don't know if we're actually gonna be making. Conceptually, flavor-wise, this is definitely a little bit similar to level 12 in the original game. The actual jumps you're making are very different. And obviously that's leading all the way up to... Okay, so I think we're kind of skipping wherever whatever the journey might be to get the health extension. Because there would have been something more to the left that I just kind of skipped by here. But yeah, the original level 12 leads up to that sort of Shadow Prince climax battle. So 3 times. Oh, what the? Okay, I pressed the jump button and it just pushed me backwards to fall off the edge. Okay, interesting. Caught me off guard. So when we did this stage earlier today, it was essentially the first blind playthrough of the level, and we cleared it without finding that potion. I'm not, frankly, that interested in finding how to get it, because... Let's second grab the button to reach the ledge. Because we're not going to need it. Once you're at this point in the game, if you're this deep, at least if we have this much health, granted on our actual attempts, we might not have this exact amount of health, because I might have skipped other health upgrades. I don't need to go up there, but it works so far. Of course, I don't know how to get it yet, so I can't gauge whether it's a big time investment or not. But it seems like it would be, which leads me to believe that any time I'm on level 16, I'm far more likely to be running low on time than be worried about the max health. Like, even if I had 4 less health than I have now, like max health, it wouldn't be a given that getting the extra health is like the more valuable option. So I didn't take this route before. Let's see if... Yeah, this might be it. Yeah. So there's a lot of... Okay, I found my way to the health, and I can determine that it's not going to be worth it. Because even if I time this, like, learn to get through all these traps very safely and reliably, it's several extra screens over. And I have to... This is a weird cool jump. I have to, like, double back like this to get back to where I was, so it's actually a pretty fun one to get. It's actually pretty sick. That's a fun little extra excursion. But it's not likely going to be... Actually, it's not even a matter of it being likely worth it or not. I'm unlikely to get here with enough confidence to want to spend any extra time on any amount of extra health. Because level 19 is gonna be pretty grim, potentially. Okay, so if I climb... Yeah, this should be safe now. A lot of these weird jumps where you... Okay, very edge there, it should be safe. Actually, let's see what's below here first. Do I go to the right here? I feel like that's going to bring me back to where I was, but I might have gone in a loop around that screen. Let's jump over here and see what's up. Yeah. I did that exact same thing last time, just like panicked and walked over that edge, but that's fine. We know that dropping down there isn't going to take me to the extra health. This is tunneling us through to the exit, I'm pretty sure. In fact, it kind of looks like we're seeing the entrance. Oh, that's right. This is what I thought was maybe the boss rush, but no, that's at the end of the level. 19, draw your sword, please. I forgot how to play this one. Guy's so sick. It's almost a little sad that because of the change to level 12, we no longer get the PC98 version level 12 boss fight against this guy. But, I mean, this is it, I suppose. Because this is... With the exception of the Shadow Prince fight being at the end of level 15 that we just did, this level is kind of the closest equivalent to level 12 from the original, with this boss fight and the perilous platforming. Yeah, 8 minutes, that's... I think we did this in like 12 minutes the first time, and this was still kind of exploratory, so that I'm feeling pretty confident. Now, I don't know when my next stream is going to be, meaning I don't know when the next attempt, or the first proper attempt it's going to be. The chances are I will not retain all of this, but right now I'm feeling pretty good about how much better I've gotten at these levels just playing through them like twice. This new trap is pretty fun. You can knock back like that. I didn't show this last time, so let's do it now. Like, oh, spikes. Let me carefully jump over these spikes. Right, that's pretty sick. I didn't realize you could actually survive that. But if you do this, then that happens. That's pretty fun. What's up, phone? I've been going for 4 hours and change here, almost 5. So I think I've kind of achieved what I wanted to do today, which is to play through the last couple of levels that we didn't get to last time. Make a little bit of... make some notes and do some research and figuring out some details on those. We revisited some of the original levels from this game to kind of refresh my memory. We did a little more sciencing. I wrote down some more notes for some things. We haven't replayed every level, but I think we basically played... We played level 8, I think. We might have skipped 9, and then I think we did 10. From 10 through the rest of the game, basically. So it's really the first handful of levels that we didn't revisit today, and those I feel reasonably confident, because those are the most like the original game, and they're going to be earlier, so they're going to be sort of less dangerous by definition. I definitely don't have the confidence to say that the next full run attempt, which is going to be the first proper full run attempt, will be successful. But honestly, when we did this last time, I ran out of time in level 16. And that was basically going in totally blind. So it's not crazy to think that this is enough practice to actually do it. I think I have it in me to get a good enough run to do it, but it takes a little bit of luck. It takes a little bit of... keeping your cool and whatnot. But yeah, I figured I might show this for people who haven't seen it. This is a weird boss fight that's added in this game. That's like a super sick, insane, giant set piece, crazy spectacle that the game fucking can't handle, especially not when it's gotta draw the timer on screen. I don't necessarily think it's super great, because it's kind of weird. It's really, really pushing the game to its limits, and I'm not, just like the conveyor belt, I'm not just talking about frame rate. I mean, the idea of things moving and you having to dodge and position yourself like this feels very alien to how the rest of this game functions. But it's pretty cool. I think his death animation is pretty lame, though, if I'm being honest. But it's still a crazy, memorable set piece from this version of the game, for sure. Oh, the timer keeps ticking there. That's interesting. Timer keeps moving during the jingle. So this was a very solid session. So I didn't take any notes. I took one note for level 18, which is that left potion equals death, because we can find a room with 2 potions. One gives us extra health and one kills us. Right, this part. I think we just mainly intuit this works, because I drop those tiles and do a running jump. That could have been pretty bad. So we do that to keep a door open, and then we go through the same way we did. Anyway, 4 hours and change. I think is about my mental capacity. Oh yeah, I guess I can show this right before we end. So as you can see, time up. And that's a cool feature of this game, that it actually does let you continue playing through the rest of the game, but you get a bad ending if you do. But that gives you all the more incentive to try to reach the end with more than 0 on the clock. And we will do so, but not today. Yeah, we finished level 19 in research mode in 33 minutes. The 131 for level 17, I think, was the first attempt today. But yeah, this was very fruitful. I enjoyed this. I feel very good about my chances of actually being able to do this. I thought initially, as I said before, that this would be probably like a, 5 or 6 stream mega project, that it would be very difficult, that it would require more research. I'm not saying I've done it, and, we can talk about it in the past tense entirely, but I believe that the progress made today was more substantial than I would have expected. And it's not so much that I feel like the challenge has been completed, but rather that the pace at which I am improving and getting closer to the solution and learning and all that is... the rate of progress is higher than I feel like I would have expected. So I may stream again over the rest of this weekend sometime, but I'm not entirely sure. But I would say it's pretty likely. I might have plans this weekend that might collide with it. We'll see. I'm not sure. But otherwise, I would say probably pretty likely to come back to this on Saturday. And we will definitely start off with one proper attempt. And if we're doing full attempts from here on out, I think we could reasonably squeeze in 2 attempts, especially if we abort at the 2-hour mark. Because the game doesn't end, you could keep going for a while and it would be like 1 3-hour run. But if I spend 3 hours in one run, I'm probably not going to have it in me to do another one right after. So we'll see how we do it. But I'm excited. This could be a... well, not a 1 and done, but a 2 and done, I guess. But we'll find out together the next time I continue with Super Nintendo Prince of Persia. Maybe Saturday, but sometime not too far from now. This turned out to maybe potentially not be quite as arduous a quest as I may have anticipated. But friend of the channel, Fractal Mind Mike, is certainly going on an arduous quest, the quest of the Avatar, no less. Still working his way through Ultima 4. I don't know quite how long he's been at that. A while. It might be a while still, but let's go cheer him on. Always a chill time over at Mike's channel. So let's enjoy some Ultima and whatever that entails. Thanks a lot for hanging out. I'll see you guys around. Take care and goodbye.